Just for the sake of compliance.
We're taking roll call. Councilmember Blash.
Here.
Councilmember Garandelli.
Here.
Vice Mayor Ager.
Here.
Mayor Hellman.
I'm here. And Councilmember.
And Councilmember Kohler.
She's sick. Leave her alone.
Let the record show that Councilmember Kohler is attending via Zoom, and she is ill and possibly on mute inadvertently. Maybe she's going to the restroom, who knows? Well, let's proceed with.
And she's using a just cause exemption to come in via Zoom. It looked like it was, no? Here?
Yes.
Okay, she's using one of her just cause exemptions to come in via Zoom to participate.
May I please ask for another motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Councilmember Blash.
Yes.
Councilmember Garandelli.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ager.
Aye.
Mayor Hellman.
Yes.
And Councilmember Kohler. Sorry.
A quick question.
Let the record show that Councilmember Kohler voted to approve the agenda.
Are we recording this meeting?
Not the way we record.
Yeah, I was just reading the Murray County editorial in the Brown Act about council's meeting at the Murray County Council mayors and council members and no recording and no votes taken. I mean, so this is an official town council meeting, correct?
It is a special meeting.
Is this, okay.
Which is written on your agenda right in front of you.
So I want to add that a year ago, when we did our first one we did, join the group, I mentioned that it wasn't really open to the public. It was not like a regular town council meeting where they're filmed and people could watch from their home and maybe call in on the phone. And this meeting, to me, is as important as any meeting we have. In fact, it might be the most important meeting we have. We're setting goals, we're developing strategies and things like that. It's called strategic planning. And I had mentioned prior to this meeting to the powers that be that this should be filmed and this should be available to the public and archived as well. So people may not, there's a few people here, but not in about an hour from now, there'll be nobody here, except for maybe Todd. So, filming, and he's filming, not official filming. Anyway, I think that we should be filming these things. And,
Noted. Thank you for the feedback. Are we ready to?
Well, actually wasn't noted because I already mentioned this. It
Well,
was
no,
ignored. It was more like ignored rather than noted.
I'm acknowledging
Thank you.
your feedback, and I acknowledge it in the past too, but also note that this is a standard practice for jurisdictions all over the county. And in fact, there's a handful of jurisdictions that don't offer Zoom access for their regular council meetings. So it's handled in various ways, all compliant. And with that, let's just proceed. I guess I have a few opening remarks, if now is the appropriate time to do it.
I just wanted to tee this up in terms of what we'll be doing today.
Yeah.
And then if you don't mind, council member questions or remarks, and then of course public comment.
Yep.
And then move on. So today our agenda is a little, or our outline of what we're going to do today is a little different from what we've done in past workshops, strategic planning workshops, but it follows the same themes. So the day is put together in order to help the council structure providing us with information about what policies they find the most important and what we will be working on, not only in the next year, but in the next 5 years. We'll start today with a team building exercise, and this is something that was suggested by Mayor Hellman, and I'm hoping that that will be a great way to start. And I'll turn it over to you.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so I don't think we've had this team building for a few years, but we have done it in the past during my tenure. And it's not uncommon for any organization to host a team building or some type of exercise to get us all kind of working more effectively and communicating more effectively so we can have a productive planning session. So while we haven't done it in the last couple of years, I personally felt the need stemming from a lot of feedback from the community. You know, we endured quite a bit as a town on top of all of the horrific news domestically with our political system and globally, what's happening. So it's been a lot for our community, and I just want to name that and recognize that, and how I thought we should proceed as a council is with a positive intention toward healing. And as I made the statement in my first meeting as mayor, you know, I think we need to lead by example. And as a council, treat each other with respect and acknowledge each other and really serve as a model for the community, because we have healing to do. So with that, I'm ready to open the public comment. Open time for public comment. So any members of the public who would wish to speak?
And there is no podium in this setup because it's really meant to be a working
Why don't
session,
you,
but
why
you
don't
can
you
certainly
stand over by
stand.
the easel here? I do want to acknowledge some beautiful artwork. And we obviously have the facilitators here that we'll introduce in a minute. But if you wish to speak, why don't you come over here by the easel so we can hear you and see you?
Can I ask, will there be public comment on the different agenda items? This is it?
This is it. And speak loudly, please.
All right, I know all the council members have received an email that I sent regarding a project I would love for you to consider.
Pardon me, Barbara, can you hear Bruce? No, we can't hear you.
So I know that council members have received an email or I hope you've received an email that I sent a couple of days ago regarding a project that on the pavilion and microgrid on these buildings here that I would like to ask council to consider for a priority going forward. And I think that email covers the basics in very much bullet form, but if there's anything further, any questions further, I will stay here so that I can help to answer them if that's helpful. Thank you and have a good meeting.
Maybe we can just kind of turn that.
I think we can hear him actually.
Barbara's
Just-
No, Barbara,
Barbara
she can
can.
hear us when we talk in the microphone. It's really hard for the room and your devices to pick up sound when it's not into a microphone, because it doesn't carry as well.
Hi, I'm Nina with the Chamber of Commerce. I sent an email to the town council about asking for support. Our local businesses are small and have small, thin margins, and so we've been activating events downtown and bringing thousands of people with our new events and supporting the town events. And I'll be here if you have any
actual plan. When you ask for funding, it is supported by a plan on what you're gonna deliver for
Yes,
that.
I just made a comment, I'm gonna send it.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, my name is Ken Bishop. I live on Upper Cypress and have been so since 1982. I am here because I want you to plan to fix the roads. I was here, I think, in 1991 when they had a general repaving of the entire city, and it worked out fine until they started tearing it up for sewer purposes and what have you. But they'll just this last time that we came on the ballot, I think it was like a couple of years ago, I heard that the town council had asked some firm to get the tenor of the population about whether they would approve a bond measure, and they never spoke to me, but in fact, I was pleasantly surprised when I picked up the ballot and found out that there was a bond measure on the ballot to improve the roads. That's the first that I heard about it. So what I'm saying here that I think possibly that it could, although it did pass, it didn't pass enough apparently to fix the roads. It may be that there are elements that could have been done better at that time as far as publication is concerned, or other strategic possibilities. I have heard that it makes a difference whether something goes on the ballot in the spring or in the fall, and because the electorate is a little different in each case. But anyway, what I'm here for is I have a background in finance and in construction, and if there is a group that is talking about fixing the roads, I would like to be included in that group to help if I can in any way. Thank you for your time.
And if you are interested in that, I don't know if it's appropriate to have you email the council or something. Maybe we could direct you to a group that's interested in doing that. Because if people would probably want to know how to get a hold of you if they were interested in making a
If you're comfortable doing so, would you leave your contact information with our clerk?
Yeah, well, I can, if I can figure out how to email the council, I do that. I do get something on from,
You get the town
I get
newsletter.
some notice from them. I guess there's a contact information, I suppose. Anyway, that's all I had to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
By the way, you don't need the emails, you just talk to us, so just put your number in. Thank you.
Kim?
Good morning, everybody. My name is Todd Greenberg, as most of you know. I'm
This one, Todd, by Danny, a microphone.
check. Is this being recorded on Zoom, by the way, since Barbara Kohler is on? Could this be made public?
We'll have to find out.
My name's Christine.
I think that's possible. I'd like to speak to you about the ongoing lack of transparency in Fairfax by design, the poor noticing of this meeting. How you see that many of the public aren't here because they only got 24 hours notice. That this agenda is not in order of how things will be presented necessarily, that is not prioritized, and this is emblematic of what goes on in Fairfax, that there's no way to do a budget if you don't have proper priorities, that the lack of transparency and the disregard for the public is galling. It's on an ongoing basis. If you wanted public participation, if you wanted to solve this, you would run your meetings differently rather than hiding behind, oh, that's the minimum that we need to do. We don't need to do the minimum, we need to do best practices. Speaking of best practices, I have here before you an 18-page report that I've prepared with the help of Perplexity on how you can do a better job with roadways and save the town money. I've got a copy for each council member, and with your permission, I'll give them to each council member.
I'll take them.
I'll send that to you via email also. I would ask that going forward, there be greater transparency and that meetings are prioritized, agenda items are prioritized, and spending is prioritized, and percentage allocations comparative over time are presented so that council members and managers can make wise decisions. Thank you.
Yeah, if I may, Mayor, just, I don't know if you have all read the Marin IJ editorial this morning, but it's about the Marin County Council of Mayors and council members and the votes on being recorded. It's, obviously, the question is does this meeting conform to the Brown Act?
It does,
It does?
yes.
Okay, will there be minutes from this meeting?
There will be.
We'll have actual minutes.
Yeah.
Any motions made, there'll be motions and seconds and
Yep.
how to vote.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
So Mayor, if there's no other public comment, you can move to the team building exercise.
Yes, thank you. And thank you for everyone who showed up today. Appreciate that very much. So, as I mentioned earlier, in response to what the community endured last summer and the fall, stemming from the recall, thought it would be a good idea to do what we can to bring this council together to really workshop how we can better listen and engage and, come together as a working body. And I actually think we have been doing quite well. We are demonstrating respect on the dais, and so we're just going to build on that from here. So I appreciate all of you being here. And we have two communities members who are skilled at this type of training workshop, if you will. And I'll let you explain more what that is, but we have Mr. Andy Perry and Mr. Steve Solmeyer, both of whom have deep experience in nonviolent communication and mediation, and I'm really excited and honored to have you here. And just want to note that while we are paying you, it is a very nominal fee, and I know you're doing it out of love for community, and you stepped forward for your community, and I thank you for that. So please take it away.
I've heard many variations on my name, but this Skullmeyer is a new one. When I was a kid, I was a gymnast, and I remember we went to an all-black high school, and they announced me as Steve Soilmeyer. So my teammates called me Dirtmeyer and Mudmeyer. Anyway, it's Solmeyer, S-U-L. I wanted to start by introducing myself because I don't really know any of you. I've been living in Fairfax for 10 years and been living in Marin County for over 30. I'm a lawyer, I'm a psychologist, I'm a professional mediator, and I've been doing this work for over a quarter century. And independently of what Stephanie was saying, I have been noticing all of the negativity, the divisiveness, the toxicity in the town over the last, 18 months, 2 years, whatever it's been. And it really got to a point where it was really feeling intolerable to me, and I just felt, as a concerned citizen, I wanted to step up and see what I could do to offer helping in healing. Now that the recall election is over, I think there are things we must do to bring our community back together. And I think it does have to start with our elected officials. That's an assumption I'm making, but that is what I believe. And that's why I offered to do this. And from my perspective, this started at the December council meeting. I stood up and said what I just told you. I feel like we need to do some healing. Unfortunately, members of the council, members of the staff were on board and asked Andy and me if we would be willing to do this. I know everybody didn't know about this. I think there were some surprises. So there may be something to what Todd was just saying about communication or transparency, but we're not shoving anything down anybody's throat. We're here because we want to help. We're here because we want to be part of the solution, not part of the problem. So we both, between the two of us, have a lot of experience, and we've created an outline, but basically what we want to do is work with you so that we can help you be more effective, so that you can really feel like people are listening to you and understanding you. Also, so that when you speak, people hear. When you hear, people understand. So we've got some ideas, but we don't have a firm agenda. Basically, what we want to do is help make this council more friendly, more collaborative, more effective. And we'll have more to say about that. I'm going to turn this over to my partner, Andy Perry.
Good morning, everybody, members of the council and staff. Yeah, I'm honored to be here. Really appreciate the opportunity. Like Steve, first of all, I've been living in this town for just under 30 years, and my family, like the Garanghellis, I'm not sure when they got here, but my family's been here since, I believe, 1906. I think the earthquake pushed them across the straits prior to the Golden Bridge being built. And so my family has a long history here. I absolutely love this town. I love the nature, I love the community, I love the music and the downtown and the character and the culture and everything about it. And I, like Steve, as the kind of shadow side of Fairfax was emerging through some of these very controversial times, especially as a mediator and a lover of peace, wanted to find a way to engage to try to make this thing better. And I had no idea how that would be. I was even approached by one of the members of the public saying, "Can you help fix Fairfax?" And I'm like, I don't know how it's possible, because I had seen so much vitriol. And I know that in my experience, and in the person that I had a large chunk of training with, Marshall Rosenberg, who developed this process called nonviolent communication, that he has worked in areas far more intense than Fairfax, although even though some of the areas he's worked in had murder and people slashing each other to death, like literally, the energy and the divisiveness and the fear and the rage, I think, exists, although we are a little more civil and we're not harming each other physically, luckily. But it's those qualities that, when confronted using some of the tools that Steve and I are going to offer today, can transform. And it's my contention and my belief, very strong belief, that when we can find ways of working together more harmoniously, our level of effectiveness skyrockets beyond what we even could ever have imagined. And that's kind of my hope, is that it's partly about efficiency and effectiveness, but it's really about communication and harmony, and really having a depth of understanding about what our needs are. And this term needs, we're going to really dive into, because it's, for me, the heart of a lot of this work, and the heart of really understanding each other at a deeper level. I wanted to say too that this practice and everything we're talking about, to some observers might seem like, we need to get to business, we need to deal with the RENA numbers, and we need to deal with potholes and everything. Of course, those things are all fundamentally important, but what we're doing here is science-based work that happens within therapy, and it's actually skills-based professional development, and it's tailored for you guys, what we've come up with today. And so we're hoping it'll be beneficial, and we hope that the time that we're spending here is going to be really useful for you. And as Stephanie said, not just for the remaining part of the meeting today, but going on into the future of this council, and this council will go away sometime, and there'll be a new council, but for this town as a whole. And one of the ways I hold this is sprinkling seeds. And some seeds grow, some seeds don't, but if we sprinkle the right kind of seeds, and they're bulbs and seeds of things that are beautiful, we help those to grow. We don't want to plant thistles and poison oak. Poison oak has good ecological benefits, but for the metaphor here, planting the things we really, really want to see in the community. So that's the intention here, and I'm going to continue on. Yeah. So the outline for the training today, again, we've talked a little bit about divisiveness already. We are aware of many of the issues and the feelings surrounding things like the recall and rent control, but also things like were just mentioned around roads, and there's a lot of things that are not perfect here, and a lot of things that need more attention. And so we are going to focus not on the substance of these issues, and there's an inclination for everybody in this room to say, but what about the pothole, and what about the building, School Street Plaza, or whatever. And while those are fundamentally important for the town, what our intention is here today is to be able to effectively communicate about these things and have a deeper level of understanding so that we can better approach solutions to the substantial things. So our focus today is on the process. And when emotions come up, when scowls come up, and body language comes up, we're going to work at that level so that we're actually engaging with what's underlying the topics of substance that are ultimately what we need to address. And as Stephanie also mentioned, I was thinking about the United States. I'm not feeling it so united these days. And I would love it if Fairfax were an example of what we could have in this world, like a little pocket of unity. And I think that we can do that. And I think that, as Steve mentioned, that the leadership from this council is a fundamental part of that happening throughout the town. So I think that said, that we want to really, really focus on having a radically different way of moving forward. And that's why Steve and I are here. So Steve, you want to take on the solution portion?
So we have some ideas we wanted to share with you about how we might go about doing some community healing and healing on the council. So I think there's two parts to it. One is we need a change of mindset. I think the current mindset that's floating around the community and that's floating around the country is an adversarial mindset. This is sort of how we reach solutions. This is how we figure out what the truth is. If we look at our litigation system, for example, right? The origins of it are jousting, right? This nobleman had his knight, that nobleman had his knight, they joust, and whoever's left in the saddle, that means that nobleman was correct. So trial by battle. And to some extent, we're still doing that. It's kind of an adversarial mindset. That's what I think we need to start with in terms of change. And the alternative that we want to offer is a collaborative mindset. And the model for that resonates for me personally is the athletic team. There's some people here that are old enough to remember when Don Sutton and Steve Garvey of the LA Dodgers got into a fist fight. I was living in LA at the time, and I'm a Dodgers fan, so I remember these things. But anyway, they very quickly made up in a sincere way. They realized we're on the same team. If we're going to win the pennant, we can't be fist fighting each other. We have to find a way to disagree without being disagreeable. And that's what they proceeded to do. They modeled that. That's the model I want to bring here, and all of our practices, all the exercises we're going to do with you are aimed to implement, to operationalize this model, the collaborative model, the cooperative model, where having differences of having disagreements isn't a bad thing. It's actually a source of diversity, of fertility, of creativity. By having different points of view, different ideas, different concepts, great. Now we've got more options to work with. And if we disagree, we do it respectfully. We listen. We acknowledge. We honor these different points of view. And then we see if we can't find some consensus about how to move forward. Because as a team, we can't win unless we move forward together. And there's a lot of things that need to be done in Fairfax. We've got a lot of pressing things that are happening, not just roads. We've got School Street, there's other possible developments. You know it a lot better than I do. And I think there's a way in which we could be a lot more effective, a lot more efficient, if we really felt like we were a team, just on the council. And I think that would then spread into the community. If the community really feels like, all right, the council's representing all of us, and they're doing it, they're modeling it in this way that's powerful, powerful collaboration, powerful respect, I think we're going to have a different community. And I think what we're going to have is a community we want to have. So that's really sort of the theoretical background in terms of the mindset change. The other piece of it is operationalizing that. How do you do that? And basically, what we've come up with are a number of different exercises and tools, techniques that we're going to model for you. We're also going to encourage you to try them on and see what you think. There are ways of listening and there are ways of speaking that allows you as the speaker to really feel like you're being heard. And as the listener, you're listening and reflecting back so that the speaker feels heard. It's dyadic, it's dialogue, rather than this sort of parallel monologues that often goes on in these meetings and on the street. So changing it from dueling monologues to actual dialogue, we really speak to each other. That's what we're really here to help you implement if that's what you'd like to do. All right, you want to say anything?
Yeah. So, as Steve said,
Excuse me, could I just say a couple of words here?
Yeah.
To try to kind of put this in context. In the first 40 years I was on the town council, my life and my family's life were threatened 6 times. Three times with guns, 2 times with bombs, and 1 time with dynamite. I was actually, a likeness of me was actually hung in effigy on a telephone pole in downtown Fairfax with a noose, a regular noose, a hangman's noose around my neck. It will all be in the book that I'm writing. It'll name places and names, etc. All the people who were involved. So when you say things are terrible here in Fairfax, let me tell you, they're not terrible here in Fairfax. During my 40 years in the town council, I can tell you about some of the incidents that happened. A gun to my head, a threat with dynamite. When my daughter was home alone, they threatened to blow up my home. That's the kind of things that I faced over the years. So I like to hear what you have to say, but you really don't know what big trouble is.
Right, thank you for saying that. You're right, I don't know. So I do feel a little presumptuous coming in here. And I want to defer to the expertise, sort of historical knowledge that's here. And that sounds absolutely awful. I'm glad you're writing a book about it. I think people need to know that you endured that and the people actually stooped so low as to do that. And so you're right, it's not as bad now as it was, but who knows, I guess it could get that way. But we can do better. There's still plenty of stories I'm hearing about people being spit on and having things thrown at them and things like this. Nothing like what you endured, but I do think that we could at least lay a foundation for things to start to grow and change so that nobody ever has to go through what you went through. And I appreciate you sharing.
the next thing I was going to talk about, Frank, is safety, and it's ironic that you jumped in almost like we scripted you, but we didn't. Thank you for sharing that. That sounds incredibly intense. I've never heard any of the stories before, so happy that you're safe. And But we do want to talk about safety a little bit, and the safety is in a different context than physical harm, guns and dynamite and nooses, but more in the area of safety in the sense of the level of safety and comfort of speaking your thoughts, being heard, and not having qualities of blame or resentment or whatever in the field, so that we can actually speak more openly and hear each other in a higher quality way. We're going to do an exercise in a few minutes and capture some of the things around safety. And again, Frank, understanding that your sense of safety, of having your body safe, is a huge improvement over what you experienced when you first got on the council. But we're going to take it into the sort of more of the interpersonal level, if that makes sense.
I just wanted to say, I'm Daniel. I'll introduce myself more fully in a second, but just in response to you, Frank, first of all, that's terrible, like very obviously, and I am very sorry you went through that. And I think what we're trying to speak to here is that there are levels of harm. You know, if you look, let's take the example of like a married couple. You know, one married couple, they might be hitting each other. There might be like actual abuse happening physically, right? And then this other couple, maybe they know about that, and maybe the man is saying, maybe he's very verbally abusive all the time, but he's saying, you know, I don't hate you. I am treating you really well. I'm not hitting you. But there's still abuse happening, right? And then there are various, it's a spectrum, right? And so ultimately what we want to aim for is where everybody feels respected and heard and cared for. So that's not diminishing at all what you went through, truly. And I'm so glad that you're not experiencing that anymore. But just to kind of elucidate the spectrum there.
So Daniel, this is the part where I was going to hand it off to you. So I'm going to allow you to introduce yourself. Daniel's going to be doing an icebreaker with us as someone that's been living in the community his whole life. And Daniel, why don't you take it from there?
By the way, can I ask a question? Are we just going to listen, or is there interactive?
This is interactive.
Because we're addressing an issue in the community that some of the folks didn't care for. We keep mentioning the recall. Okay, so that's aside. But this is about for this council to get along, because I've never had a council that I've gotten along so well with. Even on the wrong end, what I call the wrong end of the boat. When I vote one way, geez, I'm hoping 2 other people join me. There's an old adage in politics, whether it's big politics or small like this, it's who knows how to count to 3. That's all you need to do, is count to 3. I've been told that by management. I've been told that by the town attorney. Geez, how can I influence things? Because I say the same thing at almost every meeting about what I do think. But it's okay. I don't even mind that it gets ignored. The reason why there's elections is so people can say, you know what? Let's keep it the way it is, or let's change it out. But when I hear things like today where people say, well, I've heard of reports of people spitting on each other or hitting each other. Let's be clear, that's not happening at the council level. We don't spit on each other, we don't hit each other. We disagree at times, sometimes we agree. And oftentimes we don't, because for the longest period of time, or recent years, it's been virtually a 5-0 council. And then Frank and I get elected, and we have a different perspective on, let's say, how to run the town. So we end up being 3-2 on many cases. Sometimes we join our fellow council members in decision-making that we agree with them. Sometimes not that often, but they'll, in either way. But sometimes they'll agree with us. And that's just the nature of the game. And I've even counseled from this podium up there when the audience, who's been riled up for 5 years, by the way, or 4 years. This isn't just, you mentioned 2 years, but this was way started before. I wasn't even aware of it. 5 years I've been back in the town, living at your Park Villa. And we only ran, or I only ran, because of so many people asking me to run and see if you can't change what's happening. Stop buildings, or rent control, or fix the roads without necessarily putting on a new tax. There are ways to do it. So anyway, long story short, I just want to be clear to the public, even though it's not being recorded, which I also disagree with it, by the way, that we are, that this council actually gets, even for a council that disagrees a lot, we get along. I like everybody on this council. FYI, thank you. That's all.
I really appreciate you saying that, Mike, and I feel a little presumptuous getting up here when I haven't been involved in town politics. I just sort of pick things up in the paper and vibes and things like this. You guys are so much more informed than either of us combined. And neither of us wants to come in here with the implication that somehow you guys aren't civil, or you aren't nice to each other, or you need to be taught manners. That is not why we're here, and that is not what we believe. We have observed you guys up on the dais, and you seem to be pretty well behaved. That's not what we're here to talk about. We're actually just here to see if we can actually help you to model communication in a way that is going to permeate the dialogue at the community level. So this isn't about punishment, this isn't about pointing the finger or blame at anybody here. We're on your team, and we're honored to be on your team. And if there's anything we can contribute based on our background and experience, we want to offer it to you. And of course, you're free to use or not use anything that we say here today.
When we first came to the meeting with town staff, Steve wanted this to be a full community meeting, not just with the council. And it became clear that that might be a little bit of an unwieldy thing to attempt to do. And so we thought that starting with the council and really honing some of these ideas that we're going to get to and turning exercises, which it's not a talking heads morning here for us, that if we can model, have you guys learn and incorporate and adopt, if you're so interested, that it can help the community and help the community with its communication, and that when the meetings are happening and people are doing open time or commenting on the various issues on the agenda, that there's a different quality of working together. Because it's not about the council, but the council, you are the leaders of this community, and we want to make sure that as leaders we can begin to transform some of the pain that's out there. And I don't think anyone here would disagree that there's not a lot of pain out there with regard to some of these campaigns. There's been a lot of intensity out there. I've been experienced it firsthand on many occasions out there. That said, Daniel's here to do an icebreaker, and Daniel, I wanted you to just introduce yourself and then we can jump right in.
My name's Daniel Dunn. 36 years ago, my mom birthed me at home on Wood Lane. So I'm a homegrown Fairfax citizen right here. Yeah, Wendy and Michael Dunn are my parents. My dad, Michael, passed away 6 years ago. You guys, I'm pretty sure you definitely know my dad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good guy.
Yeah.
Good guy.
Yeah, thank you. And I make a living helping people communicate more playfully and from the heart. You know, I don't have a lot of experience in government work. I run a lot of courses, and I also work in rehab centers. And doing that for 13 years. I just started doing that in the School Street Plaza 13 years ago. And I'm just here to be the kind of chaotic, different element. I'm the plant that doesn't necessarily grow in this soil, but hopefully I can just bring a little light, a little playfulness and fun for you guys. And I respect and appreciate what you all do here. I know it's not an easy job to work in government. That I do know. And I brought my guitar. I'm going to sing you guys a short song. My girlfriend's looking at me here, and she can like feel the dynamics in the room. She's like, maybe don't sing the song. I'm like, no, I'm definitely going to sing the song. And I hope you guys enjoy it. The intention is really just to open up the space in a way that's getting us to start just being open to different ways of moving energy around the room. So here's a song for you. You probably know it. Oh, and the lyrics of the song, they're not a commentary on the council. It's really to unify us and like think about the forces that we're all up against on Earth. Oh, pirates, yes, they ride, sold out to the merchant ships. Minutes after they found out from the bottomless pit, but my hand was made strong by the hand of the Almighty. We forward in this generation triumphantly. Won't you help to sing these songs of freedom? It's all I ever had. Redemption song, redemption song, redemption song. Emancipate yourself from mental slavery. None but ourselves can free our mind. Have no fear for atomic energy, 'cause none of them are gonna change the time. How long shall they kill our prophets while we stand aside and look? I guess it's all a part of it. We got to fulfill the book. You can sing along if you want. Won't you help to sing these songs of freedom? It's all I ever had. Redemption songs, redemption songs, redemption songs. I'm a big fan of this town. It's not half bad. The trees are really nice. Okay, so I'm gonna give you guys my simplest icebreaker. I teach improv to help people open up, but I'm not gonna make you guys do improv in front of everybody, I promise. I promise you. But in improv, there's these various principles we learn that help us be more in the flow with ourselves and each other, that are applicable to literally everything. And the main one, if you've ever heard anything about improv or been to a class, you've probably heard of the idea of yes and. And so it's this idea that instead of fighting over whose idea is going to be the one that happens in the improv scene, improvisers learn to be like, oh, okay, here's what's happening. How can I be collaborative with what happens? How can I say yes and add to what is happening? So it doesn't necessarily mean we're going to agree with each other about everything all the time, but this is really something to shift our energy, shift our mindset. So, this is my wonderful girlfriend, Aria, who also has experience working in government for the city of San Francisco, and is a generally nice person. She's going to demo with me. We're going to make up a memory we had together. It's going to be really simple. I'm going to say, all right, do you remember that time we were at the forest? And I'm not talking about a real thing that happened. She's just going to say yes, and she's going to add something simple that might have happened in a forest. Remember the time we were in the forest?
Oh my gosh, yeah, that was so great.
And
It was those ferns.
yeah, totally, there were ferns everywhere, and they're all nice and green, and we were like petting them.
Yeah, and the sun was doing that thing where it was filtering through the trees.
That's right, yeah, it was really warming, and helped us feel just like nice.
It was really nice because we also had that picnic, right?
We did, we had a lot of food.
Yeah, we like so much food.
Yeah, a lot.
Like more than we could eat.
Yeah. So we had to share with the council.
Yes.
Yeah. You guys clear how that principle works? Does that make sense? Yeah. All right, so I'm going to get you guys guys out of your comfort zone a little bit and have you guys play this with each other. So if you're willing, I would love for you to turn to somebody next to you. Yeah, you guys in the audience could do it as well if you like.
Should we do this one at a time?
No, not in front of everyone.
How about, would it work for everyone to stand up and for us to all just like partner with anyone? Or
No, let's just have you guys turn towards each other, you guys turn towards each other, you guys.
Do we do the,
So you're gonna begin by just, all you're gonna say is you're gonna pretend that you have a nice memory together. So you're gonna feel into this being something that was actually a sweet time. It's gonna be really simple, and you're gonna say, remember that time we were at the, and I'll have you guys begin by just saying, yeah, do you remember that time when we were at the beach? And I want you just to explore, how does it feel to just agree and just add a simple next thing, and just notice how that is. Okay?
How long do we have for the exercise?
Just about a minute or two, and then I'll stop you.
Say it again. Well, that's right.
Alright, if you can hear me, go like this. Let's come back. Let's come back.
Yeah, they saw it.
So let me tell you a little bit about more how it was back in the day here. In 1970, I was the youngest mayor of California. I was involved in nationwide issues, not just Fairfax, not just California, but nationwide issues. They sent me to Florida. I was called the hippie mayor from California. Things got so bad that I was issued a concealed weapon permit to protect myself through the Attorney General's office in California and Fairfax Police Department. So let me tell you, this is a piece of cake what's going on in Fairfax today. You need to understand that.
Thank you, Brett. How'd the exercise go?
What do you guys notice about doing that? Love to hear any of your comments, even if you think I'm torturing you and this is a waste of
I
time.
used to coach a lot of youth sports, and we did very similar things with 10-year-olds. You get my drift.
So you loved it. You love kids.
Yes, we would sit there and go, Danny would look at Mike and say, hey, Mike, you're a good shooter. And then Mike would look at Dave and say, Dave, you're a good dribbler. And the next guy would say, you're a good rebounder. And the next guy might be, maybe not very whatever, but they still have to find something nice to say about it. So yeah, building teams are important. I have, just for the record, 500 employees, and we work on team building all the time at the various businesses. And it's important that everyone's heard. One of the things, and I don't know, this is what should be said or not, but one of the things that surprised me when I ran 20 years after I had been on the council prior to that, I was surprised that, and I think it's because of these little puppies here, I think it's social media gets in the way and everything, and everything gets amplified. But people were attacking just the fact that I was running. I might be the only semi-conservative in the entire, and your dad was too, by the way. Semi-conservative in the entire county that's actually elected. And it's because I love Fairfax and, you know, I have common sense. And, but yet the hatred and all that was very, you know, it was intense. And I would have the IJ call me up and the public defender or the district attorney call me up, and the FPCC, whatever they're called, call me up. And everyone was concerned. No one could figure out that I lived at Deer Park Villa. And, you know, and everything was like, Darren Gilly doesn't even live in. So here's the thing. And by the way, Pete, like Frank said, it's a piece of cake. It's nothing compared to what it was 25 years ago. We should know. And so once again, I'll go back to where I like everyone on this council. I don't like their ideas necessarily, or the way they manage the town. And that's what I like. If I was to get anything out of this, it's not so much I'm gonna all of a sudden be part of the 5-0 vote. I like to be part of a 3-2 vote, and we get some things done here. I do bring, along with Frank, a lot of experience on Fairfax, running businesses in Fairfax. That's how we should run our town. We're a small town, we're not a big town. You run a small business differently than you run a big one. And, but the principles are the same. And when we compare, oh, well, the other towns are doing it, I don't care. Because the other towns, I mean, we just read someone's $4 million in debt, and others are in debt, and no matter how much money they have, I figured out a long time ago in government, they always never have enough, no matter how much comes in. And I'm more for the citizens, I'm more for the taxpayers, and I want them not to get every little penny they make taken from them. And we need to be more efficient in this town. And that's the message I've been trying to get across. And boy, if this exercise succeeds in getting people to think like I'm thinking, or maybe Frank's thinking, and maybe one day I'll think they might have something that I agree with, and I have, by the way. It was nice that we agreed on the homeless encampment. That was a big thing for Stephanie to step over and agree to that. And by the way, out of the 8 people that were removed from the encampment, 4 of them found a way, or 5 of them found a way indoors. So sometimes, you know, as parents, we have to say no. You just can't do whatever the heck you want and ruin life for, you know, the majority of people in town. So anyway, I think this is a very good exercise, and I hope we get some positive results from it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary.
So I just wanted to say that, you know, it's interesting because we have had one conversation in the past, and it was more like I think we kind of talked a little bit about the conversation that we had in the past and how nice it was, which was, you know, a good thing. I do want to say that as a person who was targeted recently, I have a very different perspective on how the town feels and how the idea of this being a piece of cake was very different for my family and my friends and my neighbors. And so I think we're going to hold very different perspectives on that. And my general feeling is that having a gun held to your head is not good, but there are other ways of, you know, there being distress and pain, and that we need to, none of it's good. What happened with Frank shouldn't happen. None of it should happen to any of us, and therefore we just need to find a better way to communicate with each other. And then finally, just want to say we do frequently, actually most of our votes are not a 3-2 split. A lot of them are unanimous, many of them are a different combination of votes, but I still think we can learn a lot about how to talk to each other better and try to come to agreement or consensus on different items. So I appreciate just having to try to communicate.
Totally. Yeah, and I just want to really reiterate, I am kind of the plant that doesn't grow on this soil here. I generally I have 45 people who just signed up for my courses that began this week, who are all wanting to get more playful, but it's just a different crowd. And so I just want to reiterate, I'm just here because I love Fairfax. I do not keep very abreast of the meetings in the town council, but I do educate myself and vote on the issues. So just wanted to be here to share a little love today, and because Andy asked me to. And yeah, just wanted to thank you guys, and probably turn it over to you guys to keep it going. Yeah. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you, Art.
So Mike, in response to what you said, just one thing caught my attention, which is, I think you said, it'd be great if everybody thought like me. And that could happen. But I think part of what I'm taking from Daniel's exercise, that both and, even if people don't think like you, I think you will feel like they understand what you think and why. And that makes you a lot better than it currently does. So that's my and vice versa. You'll also understand how they think and why they think that way. And that kind of takes all the wind out of the negativity sail.
I guess I want to be mindful of time because we have a lot to get through. And thank you for coming.
Yeah,
That was really special
I'm not.
and beautiful. Thank you for showing up for your community.
Thank you.
And I also just want to name the fact that, just to echo it, would respond to what Mike and Frank have been saying about it used to be so much worse, because that's conjuring up some feelings for me. I just want to name that. You know, it's like everybody experiences something different, and we're in a different era. You know, social media didn't exist back then. Like if you could help us develop some tools to communicate and say like, kind of what Liesl just did, like that was awful, and you experienced that, and I'm not going to take anything away from that trauma or whatever you want to call it. And what we just experienced, what my family just experienced, was awful as well, you know. And I'm here, you know, wanting to heal and wanting to work together and wanting to listen. And it doesn't have to be this belittling, you guys don't have it nearly as bad as we did. That's just really, frankly, harmful and counterproductive. So if we could use this as an example, if you could weave it in, that would be great.
So what I'm hearing is that when you heard Frank say what he said, and Mike, when it was so much worse back then, it felt, to you, it felt like belittling, like it was minimizing what you went through, and these are what you went through just during the recall election. And that was really painful. Am I getting that right?
Yes, for self and family.
Yeah, self, and I heard you say neighbors too. So I don't know if that was the intention, but I hear the impact was that it felt like it was minimizing what you've been through.
And we don't want this to perpetuate, right? We all want better for Fairfax. You know, we're talking about efficiency. That was the biggest waste of funds, the biggest waste of emotional energy that I've ever experienced in my life. Like, you know, less than a year left on our terms. Why would we have to face a recall? Just vote us out if that's the case, right? So Mike and I see eye to eye on a lot of things with regard to efficiencies. Why our meetings are ending before 10 since I've become mayor. So, yeah, please proceed, because we do have business to get to.
We are going to move expeditiously. We'd like to turn it over to Nancy Clothier, who many of you know. She has brought in some beautiful artwork to also inform what it is we're doing here today.
Before we do, as a process point, I'm curious, what is the timing looking like? We have 90 minutes and
It's 20 minutes.
20 minutes remaining.
It's 10:40.
You started-
Well, we didn't start exactly at the beginning. There was.
We started at 10, so.
I wasn't tracking the time, I'm wondering. I mean.
We
not
started, yeah, I
Well,
mean,
what do you need is what I'm really asking, not what we need.
do what you can in 45 minutes.
45, okay.
Thank you.
So that's good to know. Yeah.
Nancy?
You know who I am? A lot of this painting is based on the open space in our town. And I created it, and I named it The Field of Peace. I created it at the beginning of the pandemic, and you know, our town was starting more and more division then. And I was inspired by my background in Reiki, and I channeled that energy into my art is a prayer for unity, understanding, and healing. The work explores the idea that imagining unity and harmony and peace makes it possible. By resetting our algorithms, we prioritize listening and presence over divisive arguments. Trees represent reciprocity with their complex roots and regenerative power. The crow embodies supportive community, while the hands symbolize presence and acknowledgement. This piece is about finding common ground and looking towards unity rather than disagreement. It's a reflection on the power of presence, forgiveness, and collaboration. Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy. Thank you for the art, and thank you for sharing it, Nancy.
Thank you.
Okay, moving right along, we can start with a group exercise. Basically, I'm going to pose a question to the four of you. Barbara, if you can participate by Zoom, that would be great. And if you would do the flip chart. What we want to do is we want to find out what is your vision for an ideal Fairfax? Or stated otherwise, what kind of community do you want to live in? So if you could just each popcorn out some words or some phrases to talk about what's your dream community, what's your dream Fairfax, what does it look like on all kinds of levels?
And I'd like to see a community where people can disagree without being disagreeable, where we have the sort of skills to have reasoned arguments and come to better conclusions that are not personalized, that we really delve into the topic at hand and why we support or oppose or have some sort of background on it.
Okay, great. So really having a community where people can really dialogue effectively without attacking people who disagree without being disagreeable.
And I'd like to see a lot more civic engagement, but it's civil civic engagement.
Okay, great. Yeah, civil civic engagement. Thank you. Anybody else?
I would say that, for me, I think I'd pose the question to me again. Say the question.
What's your vision for an ideal Fairfax?
Yeah. So, my vision for an ideal Fairfax is where we retain our small town character and charm, where we keep the spirit of Fairfax alive, which was a lot to do with the arts, like music, artists in general. You know, Fairfax was always that funky kind of town, and a family town as well. So that we're able to, you know, we live in kind of a fishbowl, it's a small town. So when tragedies strike, we come together. An example that was tragic was the accident that happened, and people come together during tough times, and I would love to have some real. I like to see more of a local feel to how we run the town. I feel like we're not transparent enough, and I feel like too much of it's being done behind closed doors, in my own estimation.
Okay, so transparency is part of that.
Yeah, so I mean, I'm looking at a mix of how I see the town and how I see the government of the town. The town is a small town character. I see that the town hall should be a reflection of that. A small town hall.
I would agree with Mike that I'd like to see more.
And I'm sorry.
Sorry.
No, I am.
I just want to say quickly that I agree with him about the support for the arts and that is what's made Fairfax special. And I think that we might have different ideas about how to do that. Mike does his part in, having these event spaces. I don't have the money to have event spaces, but amazing
Right now, I
stuff.
just want to know
But
what your
amazing
vision is.
stuff goes on, and I'd like to see more arts, more support for the arts, and actually to retain that artistic flavor. So that's one thing I'm just going to say that we have an agreement on.
Yeah, great. As you can see, Andy's writing all these things on the flip chart. So
I would
small
love to-
town flavor, transparency, local feeling, arts, funky. It's like the bumper sticker, keep Fairfax weird.
Yeah, I guess I'd want to
Yes, that.
expand on the engagement part. What I've said in many forums is that it's really painful to see our community feeling so frustrated and angry and sad and scared and all the negative feelings related to School Street Plaza. And had there been awareness and engagement like 7 years ago about the extremely draconian state policies that were being developed, and it's not just our community, and I'm saying this like statewide, had there been engagement and discussion with state legislators that, we can't have these, one-size-fits-all policies, like that would have been so much more helpful, rather than, fighting an application that is already essentially ministerial approved per the direction of the state, right? And I know I might be using terms that you don't know what that means, but it's really hard to witness the community just so up in arms over something that really, in my mind, the engagement was needed a long, long time ago. And so that leaves me with, where do we go from here? We need more engagement, we need more voices here in these chambers and on Zoom, but also at the state level. And I'm just gonna continue to say this because the next RENA cycle is on the horizon. So we are grappling with 490 units right now, grappling. And there's another wave coming. And so, if anybody's out there listening, that is a very effective way to get involved now. If you care about our small town community, I don't care if it's Fairfax or Mill Valley or, it's coming, and that is where you can engage. There's not a lot that I can do sitting here, right now, about policies that were passed and signed by the governor 3 to 5 years ago.
So if I'm hearing you right, Stephanie, what I'm hearing is you also have this vision for an ideal Fairfax of maintaining its small town flavor, but also sort of taking control of our own destiny through civic engagement, everybody getting involved, and not sort of letting things slide and then draconian laws get passed.
And it's not just us, right? I mean, Senator Fell's facing a 17-story tower. I mean, everyone's getting involved now, and it's kind of like...
Yeah. So more engagement.
So that's what I hope for our town. I really think we need some economic development, and I know the county is really focusing on that, and I'm hoping we will benefit from that. We have far too much, commercial space vacant. I think it's really hard for retailers to make ends meet. You've heard from our chamber that they're sort of, trucking along on minimal resources. So I think we need an infusion of energy and funding and support, resource support for our local economy. I don't think that the Fairfax Groovy vibe is ever going to go away. That's who we are. The Fairfax Festival is absolutely the best and only free festival in the county. And so, I just think that our legacy and our brand of funky Fairfax, very supportive of the arts, will never go away.
Great, thank you.
Keep up with last one, manufacturing.
Just revitalization of our local economy.
So I guess the question we have to ask is what brought you to Fairfax in the first place? And I think the voters have expressed certain things, but that's the question we want folks to answer. What do you like about Fairfax?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good one.
What do you like about it?
It's interesting, Senator Miller just mentioned, they just fired their city manager. I mean, there's a lot going on in this county. School Street Plaza is just the first of 7 downtown housing towers that have been approved, have received ministerial approval.
Let's
So,
keep it, let's
so
keep it to the
we've got
facts.
a huge task
Right,
ahead
we
of us.
gotta keep it to the facts.
What I'd like to actually do, and beyond keeping it to the facts, is just keep it to your vision. What's your vision for an ideal Fairfax?
I was first here in 1944, so, you know, Fairfax has changed, but my vision is keeping Fairfax, Fairfax.
What does that look like?
Well, if you don't know what Fairfax looks like, I don't know what you're doing here. Thank you.
No, I know what I think it looks like, Frank. I want to know what you think. You've been here a lot longer than I have.
Well, the reason the people elected me in November of 2024 was because of my views. I should have brought some of my brochures so you could see it. I'll drop them off at your house so you can see why folks elected me after my being off the council for 20.
I've seen them and I voted for you.
I'd like to add something, and that would be, so one of the great, we'll call it, divides at this council, or disagreements, really, or approach. There's 2 of us, basically, that feel like we gotta stand up to the bully. The bully is the state. They're telling us, hey, don't even worry about fire, get out the town and all that. I realize what the state did. I realize what we're up against, but we can get punched or we can push back. And yes, so they say, well, if you push back, they're gonna fine your town and put you out of business. And then what, the state takes over? So you want the state to take over your town? And my answer is they already have taken over our town by the mere fact that they have demanded all these buildings. You want more housing in California? Go to places that have room to build. Don't ruin the character of the towns that we built, okay? So I do agree that one thing that we could do, and Stephanie mentioned that some more demands are on the way. Well, first of all, we gotta put up, and I think now everyone's onto it. It does take a while for people to realize what's happening. I campaigned on that 7-story building against it, and people were going, what? There's a 7-story building going up? I said, yeah, I think so, you know, from what I heard. Anyway, so we should dismantle what we've already put into place. I know it was well-intentioned by the council. See how nice I am there? It was. Why would they do it on purpose? But it was, in my estimation, a lot of things are well-intentioned. And we're trying to appease Newsom, who, you know, lives in a mansion in Kentfield, and people up at the state that have no idea really what's going on. Everything, who knows what's going on out there? We don't know. It's not good, I can tell you that. And why do I know that? Because they demanded that we put all these tall buildings up in towns that shouldn't be having them. From Santa Fe to here, when there is that fire and we try to get out of town, it's going to be impossible. I find it hard to believe that there's professionals out there that think that this is okay. Fire safety issues, for instance. You know, I love the fire department, but I voted against it. I did not say, I said it's not safe. There's no way. That's one of the biggest things we can do up here. So if we have to sit up there and the government, and by the way, every town and city, I should say, in California, none of them, who likes this, what's going on? Nobody likes it. That sounds like the far majority. It's not even, it's like a super majority. It's like 90% of every town does not like what the state's doing. And we all at the same exact time got to stand up and say, we're drawing a line in the sand. Yeah. And that's what we're here for. We're not here to get along with the state. We're here to tell them to undo what you did, because no one ever signed up for this. Even in 2019, when they said that we needed more housing in California, no one envisioned what they were going to do. And, you know,
Mike,
and our job, and we think we should put a stop to this, not get along with them. We think we should put a stop to it and encourage other towns to do the same. That's all.
Thank you. And if I could distill down what I'm hearing you say, I think it comes down to sort of self-determination. I mean, that seems like that's a value that you'd like to really see here in Fairfax. We really are empowered to be our own community and not have this 800-pound gorilla called California telling us what to do. And I see a lot of nodding heads. I think this is a place where if we can really, not just get along, but really come together, we have a better chance of fighting the state successfully, including getting together with all the other towns in California that don't like what's happening. So what I'd like to do
We
is,
haven't heard from Barbara too.
I was just gonna say, I don't know how well the sound will come through, but she,
yeah, thank
I'm
you
gonna try to
for
share
reminding me
something.
of that, Liesl.
oh, Barbara, we can't hear you.
She's putting it up here, so grab that.
Where's my minutes?
She says she's unmuted.
But she still can't be heard.
You can see her.
Yeah, maybe we can see you.
And then we can read.
Just type what you get.
Okay, Barbara, if you just talk, we have the closed captioning on the screen, and it's coming through on the projector.
You can't see it very well, so it's fast. She says she agrees with Mike about keeping Fairfax funky. She agrees with. She agrees with Mike.
So I just wanted to add something really quick because I didn't get it in there. I thought we kind of go back and forth. I think that, seeing Barbara really mentioning that, that's me. I thought that was your idea. I do think that we do have a different group of people than we had 20 years ago. We have different situations, and so, Fairfax is going to keep changing, but my vision for Fairfax is that besides, what I said earlier about civil and civic engagement and a desire to keep artists here, is that we need to find ways to make this an affordable community that welcomes people from different walks of life, and it's becoming an increasingly less affordable community. And my saying that, I think, has been interpreted that somehow I'm, a crazed NIMBY. I have supported affordable housing in the past, and I have supported rights for tenants and for tenants in mobile homes and supported housing for homeless people. But I think we really need to put more energy into thinking about a way to keep our community affordable in a way that retains what we want of the character in Fairfax. And so for me, that's a really key value that I see. It's hard to retain artists when your average house costs $1.5 million and your median rent is like $3,500 a month. So that's something that I'd love to see, a community that was affordable and welcome people from different income levels. And I would also like to keep our focus on sustainability and environmentalism, which we haven't talked about as much, I think, in the last year, but that has been a huge focus of the community. When I first moved here, one of the things that attracted me to this community.
If I could just add a little bit, I talk about back in the day from time to time. know, back in the day, the California Attorney General came to Fairfax's rescue. The AG's office defended Fairfax, actually all the way to the California Supreme Court. Today, Attorney General Bonta is threatening California's 482 cities with huge fines and bankruptcy if they don't meet the state's housing mandates. What's wrong with this picture? You know, they talk about School Street as affordable housing. Most of the rents are going to be $3,900 or $4,900 a month. That's not for Fairfax workers, for people who work in town here, for the musicians, for the artists, and for the delivery drivers and the store clerks. They can't afford, I couldn't afford a $4,900 a month rent, so what the heck are they going to do? You know, it's a promise of affordable housing is not factual at all.
Right. And I think we need to have actionable strategies, because it seems like every strategy that we have come up with as a town has been shot down. So I think we need to think about other models that we've seen from other communities like land trusts and whatnot that are community controlled. You know, that's another thing that I would see as a vision, is that we had community controlled affordable housing that people could accept and be engaged in, that was not imposed from the outside. So I mean, we probably belabored the point, but I think that we all have a lot of really interesting ideas that we probably don't have time to unfold here.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to keep us on track, and feel free to do the same. I mean, this is all really good, but
That's
we
exactly
need to
what
get
I'd
it
like
back
to
to
go
the
there.
workshop. Yeah.
So what I'd like to do is, I want to go over, can't take the mic with me, but is there anybody who does not share the goal of being able to live in a town where people can disagree without being disagreeable? Raise your hand if you don't have that goal. Is there anybody here who doesn't share the goal of being able to live in a community where there's effective dialogue at every level? Is there anybody who does not share the goal of civil civic engagement? Is there anybody who does not share the goal of retaining our small town character? Is there anybody who doesn't share the goal of a town where we have arts and family and unity? Is there anybody who doesn't share the goal of community transparency? Engagement. Is there anybody who doesn't share the goal of self-determination as a town? Is there anybody who doesn't share the goal of having an affordable community? Is there anybody who doesn't share the goal of welcoming people of all income levels and walks of life? Is there anybody who doesn't share the goal of having a town where we focus on sustainability, environment? So I just want to point out, you guys can disagree on a lot of things, but there's some things you don't disagree on. There's not a single dissenting voice here about these goals. You all share the same goals. Now, there may be disagreements about how to implement these goals, but the first thing is to show and to realize, my God, we all have the same goals.
My goal of a thriving economy wasn't on there,
What wasn't?
Thriving economy.
Thriving economy. Oh, you're right, it's right here. I didn't see it.
Oh, great, thank you.
Thank you. Does anybody not want to have a thriving economy? And a thriving Main Street, High Street? Thank you for pointing that out, Stephanie. So that's really the point of what we wanted to make, was to see, well, where do you agree and where do you disagree on your goals, on your vision? And you don't disagree. We have a beautiful vision for this town. Now we need to talk about, all right, well, what can we do to work together as a team to implement these goals?
Yeah, I wanted to, this is a good segue into this. In the mediation world, there's a term sometimes referred to as needs, and the idea of needs, this is a good example of needs, of the fundamental thing that is needed, the fundamental thing that we want, the thing that makes our life more beautiful, the thing that is what holds consistent with our deepest values. And what oftentimes happens, more often than not, with almost every conflict is that the needs are not articulated, and the so-called strategies for meeting the needs, like whether or not to sue the state or whether or not to have more staff or fewer staff, the arguments get trapped in how to get the needs met without there ever being an acknowledgement of the needs themselves. And the power of the needs, I actually thought I would share this story of Hal Brown, who was on the Board of Supervisors for almost 30 years. Probably all of you knew him or know of him. The county painted a stripe of paint in front of College of Marin. I work for the Marin County Bicycle Coalition, and the stripe of paint created a massive controversy. It was getting front page story. The parents wanted the parking places, the bicyclists wanted the bike lane that the stripe represented. The stripe was a bike lane, by the way. And this thing exploded and blew up. I was with Hal Brown at the cafe here with Deb. He was pointing at her. His veins were popping out of his head, and he was enraged because it was a question between stripe or no stripe. Insane that such a conflict could erupt over 30 feet of paint. But what ended up happening, and I'm illustrating this concept of needs, and what we're doing here is it became really clear after a dialogue using these same principles with Hal that the need was safety for the parents, the need was convenience for the parents. From the Marin County Bicycle Coalition, same need, we wanted safety. And once we identified the needs and we got out of stripe versus no stripe, which is a very limited conversation, a very limited perspective, Hal started going, well, maybe we can talk to College of Marin about getting a few parking spaces. The police department has all kinds of parking spaces there at College of Marin. And we began to brainstorm, and a much more creative solution came beside the very narrow dialogue that was happening. And the power of being able to communicate and really understand the needs. What my experience with mediation is not just one or two, but sometimes dozens of really great solutions begin to emerge. The dialogue around needs and the understanding of each other's needs, and again, this is an example of the needs, is the heart of the beginning of a dialogue that can turn into creativity, turn into good problem solving, and not a battle over the stripe of paint as a metaphor. So, yes, please.
So to piggyback on that, what we often see in the mediation world and everywhere else is that when people are in an impasse, when they're butting heads, it's usually because you've got dueling or oppositional positions. Stripe, no stripe, building, no building, and so forth. And the key to melting the impasse, actually getting to a place where there's resolution, is going underneath the position to what are the interests or needs. And this is a famous story from the book Getting to Yes. There were two twin girl sisters, and they found an orange. And they went to their mom and said, I want the orange, I want the orange. And what did mom do? She took out a meat cleaver and she cut the orange in half and gave them each half an orange. Nice split the baby solution. And what happened? The girls both burst into tears. She said, why are you crying? You both got the same amount of orange. And one girl said, well, I wanted the pulp so I could make juice. And the other one said, I wanted the rind so I could make zest for a cake. So if mom had asked them, well, why is it important to you to have the orange? She would have found out one wanted juice and one wanted rind. And she would have then peeled the orange and given 100% of the peel to one and 100% of the pulp to the other. So this is a nice, simple, whimsical, but very important lesson. We need to get underneath the positions. Underneath those positions represent one way of getting your needs met. Let's get rid of the stripe. Let's get rid of the building. Problem is, they tend to be mutually exclusive. But if we get underneath, we find out, why is that important to you? So the state says, well, you've got to put in these buildings. We need housing. Let's find out more. What do you need? What's your interest here? Well, we've got these housing. All right, we agree. There's housing problems. People can't afford housing. We even talked about affordable housing. But now, if we can actually find out, we also have these other needs. We want small town character. We want to maintain Fairfax as it's been. Okay, those are important needs too. Now, can we come up with solutions that meet both people's needs? The problem with the state's approach is they're just shoving this down everybody's not taking into account our needs, and that's why we're all pissed off. So what we want to do now is do some exercises on how we can articulate our needs and have a dialogue about them that generates solutions.
Here's what's gonna happen with School Street Plaza. If it's built, it's gonna raise rents in Fairfax. That's gonna be the outcome. The little places that rent for $1,800 a month, they're gonna see $3,900 a month down the street, they're gonna go, wow, I'm way in the market, I've gotta raise my rents here. Wow.
Yeah.
What's more?
You got the handout?
Yeah. Does everyone have that handout? Christie?
Yes.
So we can look at this sometime. So for this final segment, the spirit of this needs thing, I can't overemphasize. We certainly don't have. No.
Yes.
Oh yes, I'm sorry.
That's not the right version though. Anyway, never mind, go ahead.
I have this one also.
Go with the other one. There you go, that's the one.
Where was I? This quality of expressing needs and dialoguing from that, again, has a very different quality than focusing on so-called positions or strategies. That is I'm going to use the paint stripe or as a metaphor there. And so this, what is on the screen right now, is something that we want to do a couple of, I don't know, call them role plays. We'll take real issues. We have a list of different issues that we can play with. And the invitation is to go through this, if we can get all of them on the screen at once, it would be helpful, is to go through this and actually dialogue with each other on these, using this model. And the theme of this, again, is to really what I see as the absolute heart of this is the want or the need. And again, because we have them listed here, I imagine the ones that are already on the wall that we have checked off are going to arise, but there may be others, especially when it comes to communication, for example, which actually that's up there as well, effective dialogue. So Steve, which one of the questions do you think would be best to use for that?
So before I answer that, I just want to point something out. What we're calling OIFAR, the Wheel of Awareness, is part of what is known as structured communication. Structured communication in its barest form is a way of making sure that people feel heard. And that is really the essence of communication. If you don't feel heard, you won't feel respected because you don't think the person cares enough to hear you. You won't understand each other, so you won't be able to work together as allies. So the idea behind structured communication is one person says something. I think we should do this with School Street Plaza, or I think we should do this with rent control, whatever it is. And you just make one point, and the other person responds, okay, what I heard you say was X, Y, and Z. Did I get that right? Did I miss anything? Well, you got A, B, and C, but you missed D. Oh, okay, sorry, yes. So you also said D. Did I get it right now? Yes. Then it switches to the other person, and they make a point, and the other person responds.
I want to emphasize that in the response, repeating exactly what they said as accurately as possible. It seems kind of pedantic and absurd, but it's super helpful for the speaker to be able to hear what you just said. So I wanted to just emphasize much of that.
Yeah, good point. Now this takes it a step further. What this does is a couple of things. First of all, it interrupts the gap between observation and interpretation. This is something where I see communication fail all the time, and Andy too. So the idea is we observe something and we put an interpretation on it, but we don't own it as an interpretation. So we see somebody frowning at us. Oh, you're being disrespectful. Or we see them looking away or rolling their eyes or whatever it is, they're playing with their iPhone. You know, we put an interpretation on it. You don't care about me, you don't care what I'm saying, and already we're off to the races. So when we're repeating back or when we're making a point, either way, it's really helpful to use this step-by-step method. It's a little clunky at first, but it becomes natural with practice. So I could say, I observe that you're rolling your eyes. And I interpret that to mean that you are contemptuous of what I'm saying. And what I'm feeling is angry. I'm really angry because what I want is to feel respected by you. And the action I'm willing to take is to show you respect and not to respond in kind. And the request I'm making is, please don't roll your eyes. And if you're rolling your eyes because you have an itch or you saw a fly on the ceiling, just let me know what it is. And then it goes over to the other person. Okay, I'm hearing you say. And then after they've said it to the other person's satisfaction, then they can respond. Actually, I was looking up at a fly, or it was actually a spider on the ceiling, but I can see that sort of triggered you in some way, and I want you to know that was not my intention, and so on. And now you start to have a dialogue instead of something spinning out of control. So, do you want to walk us through the actual exercise?
Or just in the interest of time, should one of us just like take a try at this?
Yeah.
Yes, that's what we're
I
going to
was
do.
just thinking of putting people into dyads and we'll keep them around.
We were going to do it in dyads. Does that meet what you're requesting?
Or maybe, because if they're not guided, like I feel like when Frank and I did it, like we didn't get too far, so maybe it would be helpful to
so
just have it
facilitate.
guided.
Okay.
And I'd be happy to like try this out with Mike and what I just observed him talking about housing policy and so forth.
Okay, why don't you do it? We would do it as a fishbowl.
And then you stop me if I'm not doing it right.
Okay.
Okay. So, all right. Mike, you on board?
Well, listen, I just have to listen, right?
So,
Well, then you have to repeat back what you heard her say.
Yeah.
That's why listening takes on a whole different energy. When you know you're going to have to repeat back what you heard Stephanie say, you have to listen very carefully, and vice
but
versa.
I'm doing this thing.
So you're going to say when I heard you say,
Okay.
when I observed
When
and heard you say.
I hear, Mike, when I hear you, Mike, when I hear you express all your frustration, or when I hear you talking about housing policy of this council, like how we've complied with HCD and the various hundreds of state-mandated laws, and I interpret all your frustration as coming from a place of love for the town, and yet I feel so frustrated that you don't recognize the risk that this council would have taken had we chosen not to comply. And what I need you to do is to recognize that we were protecting ourselves from multiple lawsuits, including from Attorney General Bonta, and recognize that Huntington Beach has spent upwards of $3 or $4 million fighting the very laws that you despise. And I just request that when you're talking about fight the state, you actually put a recommendation in words related to that. What does that look like? Do you want to assemble a coalition of jurisdictions and come up with a collective pot of money to fight the state? Do you want a meeting with Governor Newsom? What do you want? Can you put a request together as far as what you want? Because all I hear is what you don't want. How did I do?
Good.
I thought mostly pretty well. Thank you for doing it. So Mike, can you respond first before you give a substantive response, first give the process response. All right, Stephanie, what I heard you say was, and try and synthesize, nail each point. And then, once she says, yes, you got it all, then you can go ahead and respond substantively.
Do you have this little thing for me? It's helpful.
Yeah, it says on the screen.
Okay, that's helpful. But I actually have it in order here,
Okay.
but I'm not sure if it's going to come out.
Okay.
Well, Stephanie, I understand your frustrations, and I share your frustrations, and
What did you hear her say, Mike? Tell her that.
Well, the frustration, well, I'm just going to go in order. She started off with, she was expressing her frustrations about the housing policy and the compliance. That I, disagree with that approach. I'm glad that you realize that I love the town, just like you do. And equally, you point out that I'm frustrated, but you're frustrated that I don't realize the risk to the town. And I don't seem to recognize the cost to fight such a fight with the state, fighting the state. Well, you want to know what it's going to look like from my perspective. How do you do that? What is the action plan? What is the request to put something into an action plan that doesn't involve numerous cities and towns, and does it involve a meeting with the governor? Those are the types of things that you shared with me.
Did I get that right?
Did I get that right?
Yeah, like I want to move off of the criticism and move into an action. Like if you don't like what we did, what do you want to do?
Sure. And I have
And
talked.
can you repeat that back to?
Yes, I'm going to tell you what I've expressed in the past, and I'll reiterate it right now on how to deal with the state. Number one, I think that Fairfax has always been the underdog. Fairfax has always been the town, and a lot of it led by Frank Hager, but kind of standing up to the bullies for a long time. And I don't see this being any different. I guess maybe one of the biggest differences now is that it's not just one town that doesn't like what the state's doing. It's every town and city that doesn't like what the state's doing. So we actually have power in numbers. This isn't even a hard sell. So I would love to work and create a coalition. Maybe we started right here, and we reach out to all the cities and towns and say enough is enough. We need to stand up for our citizens who overwhelmingly don't like what's happening. We also have alternatives. A lot of people say, and you mentioned it earlier, I know what you're against, but what are you for? Well, if you go by what the state says, that we need more housing, and that would maybe help bring more affordable housing alternatives as well. We would need to develop housing that's in areas that are undeveloped. That's one of the things I would suggest to the state. We used to drive up Highway 80 and go to Sacramento, and those weren't developed towns. Fairfield, and the towns up that way, Vacaville, those were small towns that grew and grew. They had room to grow. So I would say that the cost to fight it is less than the cost that could happen in the future. For instance, in Los Angeles with those Palisades fires, there's some huge lawsuits going on right now. And those lawsuits are going to cost a lot more to fight and to settle than if they had better planning. And I see a similarity in between, an analogy between these two situations. We allow, based on what the state has asked us to do, without any pushback, almost like setting up a plan for disaster. The tall buildings, the overbuilding, you can't get out of town, the fire dangers, that exist with this. It's also ruining the quality of life for people, and who knows what else that it's going to do, extend their commute times and all that. But so I would fight the state in a coalition form with other cities, and if that means
And will you
us
take the
saying
lead on
that.
that? Will you take the lead on that?
Would I take the lead on it? Well, if I was the mayor, I would. No, I'm just kidding. Sure, why not? I've written a lot about it, and I think that needs to be done. But I think that it's not just so much I take the lead on it. I think it has to be the town that as a town, we want to take the lead on that.
Can I interrupt Mike for a second? When you're doing this structured communication, it's really important, everybody, to limit yourself to one point because our working memories can't really hold more than that. So if you make 5 points, it's like, okay, I remember 4 and 5, but I'm kind of forgetting 1 and 2. So I wonder if it
My basic point, by the way, is to stand up to the state and say enough is enough of your.
Yeah, and I hear that.
So could
I'm
you
hearing loud
reflect
and
that
clear,
back?
and I've heard it for a long time, fight the state. And what I'm trying to hone in on is how, all the
Use the word
details
for it.
of,
Use the
and
word
what
for
I'm
it
trying
and
to
tell
hone
Mike.
in on is like, I get it. I get it. I feel it from you, I feel it from me, I get it. What I want, because I'm a person of action, and I think you are too, is what is the game plan? What is the solution? And let's get moving on that.
I think that, okay.
And I personally am not leading that for a variety of reasons. I've got a lot on my plate as mayor and a part-time caregiver to my mother and my son and blah, blah, blah. So that's not happening because I have priorities already set as mayor. But I would love for you to take the lead on this if that is something you're willing to do.
Right, so I heard what you said, and I think the best approach is that we do it as a council. It's gonna be a lot more of a strong statement, and also we have someone on this council who is a known fighter, a successful fighter in standing up to the bullies of the world, whether it's environmentally with Trump, or whether it's, and that's on a
Okay.
national level, or if it's fighting the state right here in Fairfax, and that would be Frank Egger.
Okay, so
And
what
so
about asking
I
Frank
would
to
suggest Frank and I could do it together.
Yeah.
I think Frank's the leader of this because he has more knowledge in, you know,
What I-
than most of us have on fighting things like
Well,
this.
can I just say that I hope that this would be something you would come up with a strategy and bring it up as a future agenda item so that we have a defined thing that can be addressed by the council.
Well,
Oh, I like to, speaking of future agenda.
Hang on just a second, guys, hang on just a second. We're going into policy
I
making.
heard you say that.
I'm hearing that what we're doing is kind of falling into policy making, which is great. This is exactly what you need to do, but we're really here to focus more on process,
that's
which
right.
is how do we go about having constructive conversations as a council about an issue we all care so much about.
And we are having, like, this is really effective, I feel.
Well, if Frank would
Hold on,
have.
Mike, hold on.
Oh,
So I'm hearing that you feel like there's expertise on this council on how to do it. I don't disagree. I disagree that this is policy. What I heard you say is let's form a coalition. We don't need to vote on that. If Frank has relationships across the county and he wants to build a group of policy makers that want to start to talk about how to fight the state, you don't need council permission to do that. Just like you don't need permission to beautify, you know. Okay, so let's not over-engineer and use staff resources on something we don't need to. So I think this could be a really great solution, and I leave it to you two to like start reaching out and form a coalition.
Stephanie, I heard what you said, but quite frankly, we use staff resources to build it. We need staff resources to help tear it down. And what I mean by that is you have to be unified. It can't just be me or just Frank or just me and Frank and I. It has to be, you know, we had 5-0 votes to build it. We need 5-0 votes to take it down. That's how I would approach it. It shows unity. It also.
And bring it to future agenda topics, and we'll vote on it. But it's gotta be buttoned up. It's gotta be buttoned up. It can't be topic, quote, fight the state. It's gotta be buttoned up.
Thank you.
Thank you. And we're gonna have to wrap
We
it
are,
up.
yeah, I was just gonna say, we're out of time, and Steve and I wanted to do a lot more of this. I want to tell you that I loved what I just heard here, the initial part especially, of hearing each other, but also creative ideas coming out and agreement on, again, some of the principles, or some of the needs rather, that are up on the board. kind of communication that I just heard right now is the beginning of transforming the potential and possibility of this council, in my view. And so I just want to thank Stephanie and Mike in particular for that last little dialogue, and all of you for allowing us to come here. And I feel like we've planted one redwood seed in a vast field, and that there's so much more to do. But we hope that these little tools that we've offered, some of these concepts we've offered, will continue to sprout and grow, and keep this handout and study it and explore it a little bit. I really encourage it. It's a beautiful way to communicate at home, here, and everywhere else. It's a powerful tool for effective communication.
I also want to say thanks for inviting us, and thanks for participating, showing up wholeheartedly. I just want to make one observation. This is a common human phenomenon that when we get into heated conversations, we usually respond with our own point of view. Blah, 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 blah. And we might say, okay, I heard you, and blah, 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 blah. If we're really going to use these tools and plant these seeds and let them grow, we really need to say, I'm not picking on you, Mike, but you did say this. I heard what you say, and what I did hear you say was X, Y, and Z. When you tell them exactly what you did hear, then they really know that you did hear them. And if you just notice there's an energy, there's like an adrenalized feeling, I want to get my point across, which really means I want to be heard. And so what I would leave you with is pause. And then respond, okay, what I heard you say was, did I get that right? And then offer your thing. Once they say, yes, you got it right, it will change everything. This already was a good beginning, but I would add that extra piece. All right, thanks for having us.
Just a quick word from me. I work with environmental groups, fishery groups, and tribes. And we just won a 3rd District Court of Appeals decision against Governor Newsom's administration on the Delta Conveyance Project. That's the tunnel over there. The governor was issuing bonds based on a 1959 waterworks program that was passed in California. And a number of us filed a lawsuit up in Sacramento County Superior Court, and we ended up at the 3rd District Court of Appeals. It prevailed. Now we're waiting to see if the governor's going to appeal that to the California Supreme Court. But in the meantime, those are the kinds of things that I do regularly. See, so I'm not sitting back going, well, gee, wringing in my hands saying, oh, look what the state made me do, what the federal government made me do. I mean, we have a couple of administrations. Trump is doing to the states what Newsom is doing to the cities. There you go.
Thank you.
Thank you for all you're doing, Frank.
Sorry, I wanted to say thank you both, and for the other folks that were here, and for everybody. We have more people in the audience now than we've ever had at any one of these that I've had in the past, and so that's, I think, lovely. And I would love us to have another time to practice particularly this last exercise, because I think it'll help us ongoing. Usually you kind of have to keep doing ongoing things. And also I'd love to see you, if you could, think of a way to draw the community into thinking about ways to talk with each other. I'm just very appreciative because I learned some stuff here. Thank you.
Yeah, as I know we got truncated, but there's still a lot of value here, and I'm just deeply grateful for your time and your energy and your love for community. So thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, staff. Stephanie, your name is? Jen. Thank you for having us and for being the organizer.
Do we want to take a quick 5-minute and then we'll dive in?
Actually, lunch, we can take a break, and just so the council knows lunch is
Yeah.
here, so if you want to grab a plate.
No, okay.
And then we.
But yeah, working lunch, we've got some catch up to do.
How you doing?
Yes, there's
And
more.
to mobilize the community.
Thank you for, but the food on the table appears.
You know, the people and some people that are no, I mean, that's not
How would it be if we did this?
That's but it's challenging.
The town would Coastal Commission case of the USC?
I don't think I know.
So,
Either was, I mean, some.
Governor Newsom, I'm sorry, Governor Brown, well, we're in high school. Yeah, I know him well, okay. He they were away on vacation. So, her home burned down, I was the neighbor. And we put up a picture of that she didn't have to put the wet sand, dry sand.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm glad you were here. Yeah, and I look forward to your initiative, I just heard them.
Brown is the developer plan and reporters are involved. Some of the Brown, what do you think about the coastal commission requiring easement? He says there's nothing but a bunch of coastal bureaucratic stuff. The next day, we got a shirt printed, California coastal bureaucratic stuff. I know, so I go back to those days.
That's a vast right-wing conspiracy. So my point that I was making was,
we won 90% of the cases we tried to
we lost the U.S. Supreme Court. All the sessions were played.
No, they weren't all.
I think they were, that's my recollection, but that's not my point. My point is this. I disagreed with the commission at the time. I lived in Malibu, we had beachfront property, and it felt like an unconstitutional taking for our just compensation. The Supreme Court agreed, but I'm not here to argue that point. My point is this. Another topic. I'm happy to sit down when you do that, but
Well, thank you. We'll continue.
one of the reasons why I'm finding against the state is this issue, the housing issue, we're all concerned about it, is that, we only have the California Supreme Court, we only have California laws. What I want to find out is there a land use where we can consult with and find out, oh, down south, there's a federal court. Okay, that's what I want to find out. Is there a charter city?
That's what I want to Fairfax.
Okay, well, count me in, if you would like to take the lead on this, count me in.
I'm looking right now, I'm sitting up there. Under a major point tomorrow.
So you see the value of bringing in the constitution.
Huntington Beach, all those cities.
So I love the idea, I think everybody's got a coalition to our money. And I want to get a real federal lawyer. Bring a lot of the city manager is. But she scapegoated and she just.
I have no idea. I'm using the Facebook.
I don't want to prejudge it. I think it's
I'd love to.
everybody feels strongly about the 7 priorities that were put out in the past. Let's get together. Let's find a federal constitutional way to get the federal courts to strike down these zoning laws and take to the polls. We'll see what happens. We will. We've got good lawyers out there. Well, maybe we can join them. I mean, if they're bringing a suit, maybe we can interfere, join as a plaintiff. Maybe it's not necessary, maybe then maybe we win by implication. Thanks for your participation. We have enough. And I'm serious about what I said.
Yeah. Reflect on that.
It's just important that and that can bring us together.
Yeah.
What did Henry V say before the battle? We lucky few, those who will fight with us. You got a good
Don't walk that way. We don't like this.
It's to the fray.
Thanks again. They still think oh, no, you need I'm sorry you had to come down.
and that's what I would say.
Maybe that's right.
Pretty much no
Steve, there's lots of hazards over there, and she's asking people to walk around, so watch your step.
Yeah, it was,
Anyway, if you're wondering, Tom Rice has a professional this is these teachers that that's what it's all about, is how to transform this or raise our gender. I'm going to turn these little things over. Thank you for these. Let's talk about it. Well, do you guys want to think about it? I mean, maybe it should be something that the council should discuss. And then if you decide you want to do it independently, if there is some role or whatever you guys think. I don't want the left-handed on just the right.
Oh, okay.
are you feeling?
This is like too hard.
This is great.
What am I gonna miss when we go home? Is the way. My only something you can sense.
I was in Mexico for a few days. 2 days later, horrible fatigue. Very you know, I talked to her Tuesday, some sneezing, allergies. And now I have a
I agree.
but
Yeah.
there is something going around.
I know, and my wife's been fighting it, but it's weird, my only symptom is fatigue, but I mean, it was so bad.
That's what I had the first.
So I can expect maybe the second round?
No, I think my wind bubble.
That's part of it.
Okay, I will go look.
I went to think, I went to him, I suspect that's part of it. I'll help you with that in a second, Nancy.
Yeah.
That's a particular.
Probably just things like this, if we're doing that.
Yeah, so
I will go find it.
And I think it's back on after register was like cause of complaint. Not.
Okay, yeah, I would like that.
No. Anyway.
Oh, there's drinks in the.
Good luck this afternoon.
I wrote a little step in that real close, real sugar.
Are you in? No, okay. Any questions? I would sit over there. This is where Janet's sitting. Oh, yeah.
Where am I sitting?
Just right there is fine. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm good. I don't know, and feel, no one's worried about your dinner, so take the rest and I'll watch. Isn't it really good? I have so much.
Okay, I'd like to get back to the agenda. We have substantial work ahead of us with the goal of adjourning by 3:30. Mike, could you come back?
I will.
Thank you.
I'm gonna put this in the kitchen.
We all have our plates here.
Okay. I hear you.
I don't want to start with that.
Jen says she has to run today, so. Let's try to find some of that.
I'm doing it. Thank you.
Yeah, go ahead.
See you, Andy.
Thank you, Mayor. Part of today is to really review your accomplishments as a town over the last year, and the entire council can take take pride in these accomplishments. The council was all on board for all of these. So I wanted to review the summary of our accomplishments over the last year and then go into some of the goals. You also have before you a more detailed list of accomplishments and goals that were prepared by the various departments. But to save time, I just wanted to summarize. So in this past year, you funded a new police department position by increasing the utility users tax revenue, still within the limit. You expanded the police department's control at the Wall property by funding a new UTV vehicle, and that is on process. That's ordered here soon. Both Department of Public Works and Recreation programs secured significant grant funding for their operations, and we were able to fill critical vacancies in the police department and also in DPW. Thanks. Remember that you funded the fire station upgrades with a $1.6 million loan from the county, and in fact, you've seen that the finance department has already moved across the street, and the firefighters will soon be living in the community center while the fire station is remodeled. You boosted community understanding and outreach regarding housing laws, using surveys and workshops to help people really get engaged in that process. We launched the online business licensing platform and did a number of things to get the information out there, and that resulted in doubling of the registrations and revenue for that program. So part of our overall fiscal responsibility and really making sure that we have a fiscally sustainable town. That's the basis on which we operate. And then you initiated major policies. The BPAC committee was launched, and that was very, very popular. The Planning Commission has had significant discussions on dark sky that will be coming to you. And you did an urgency ordinance for ADUs, and formula business ordinance updates are something that you've requested, and we've been working on through the Planning Commission, and will come to you. You updated the building, fire, and movie codes, so it's a major accomplishment that has to be done every 3 years. And in Fairfax's case, you went for continuing the Tier 1 REACH codes for environmental sustainability. We transitioned the town to the .gov domain for security, and of course, navigated the recall election, and we are currently managing 9 major legal cases.
Heather, just a quick question. Is this intended to be the calendar year or the fiscal year?
Yeah, so it's a good question, and it's something that we deal with every year. So I'm calling this the calendar year because, as you know, we just ended a calendar year, but we're sort of midway through a fiscal year. And in order to plan, so the idea of this workshop is really that we get your input on how you want us to plan for the next fiscal year, which is coming next. So we need that information sort of mid-fiscal year. There just isn't enough time to make this on a calendar, or on a fiscal year.
And the abatement, wasn't that the abatement of the house, the homeless shelter or something?
Yes, the abatement of the homeless encampment was also last year, in 2025, you're right.
Okay.
So that's
you send something to somebody at a.org, they don't get it.
Yeah.
And they didn't do that, so I just want to say, along with the business licenses and other things, the town clerk's office did that very seamlessly. Didn't miss a beat, so
Yeah.
thank you.
So I'm going to keep us on track. So that comment was well received, but we're going to have to keep it to a
Stop
minimum.
it.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's like, hey, it's like, we're just going to have to keep moving, right? So what I added is BPAC. There was a survey for the well property, the homeless encampment, and I'm going to give one last opportunity to add anything else, and then let's keep moving.
I just said,
BPAC is already there.
yeah, it's already there. I said cannabis dispensaries,
Oh, yeah.
and also we had, I think, public outreach, 11 plus mayor manager meetings with local residents, which I think was a good thing.
Okay, and if this is going to be public facing, please don't use acronyms, people don't know what BPAC is. Moving forward.
This will be available as
Right.
for the public.
Right.
It's not an official document. The 3 documents that you have here go into greater detail about the work that the staff accomplished over the last year. This is just a high level.
Okay.
So this is not the end all be all. There's, your briefing document with a more granular narrative about what each department actually accomplished.
All right, keep going. Okay, so this is a reminder of your previously adopted 5 to 10 year priorities: sustainability, climate resilience, infrastructure and facility upgrades, innovation and technology integration, government efficiency and fiscal responsibility, public safety and community well-being. So I just, for this workshop, being that we're short on time and there are some major considerations this time, I just wanted to remind you of this and not necessarily rethink this unless there's someone on the council who wants to change one of these bullets. So these are agreements.
Okay. Hold on a second. So are these listed in my briefing document?
No.
Okay. Because I see the future strategic priorities, but that's not where we're at yet. So
Not there yet.
okay. So
And the future strategic priorities are coming from what the staff put together, so it's just a draft of what the organization has to be working on in that year.
So last year, we reviewed these in detail, and I thought this year, rather than going backwards in background, I would go to kind of the next year specifically, what the staff thinks needs to get done.
okay.
So for 2026, we are proposing the following goals. First and foremost, Measure C sales tax was passed in 2016, and it is a 10-year sales tax. It started in March 2017, so without action, it will sunset in March 2027. And I'll talk more about that later. I want to ask you about your level of priority for economic vitality. This is something that has been talked about before. You've heard public comment from Nina with our chamber making a request. So I'd like to get some direction from the council regarding, so again, guys, this is not on your paper, this is just on the screen.
Did you hear that, Frank? What's on the paper in front of you is not what's on the screen.
Well, look at future strategic priorities. It's on the last page.
Whereas this is, so future, meaning future, this is more specific to 2026. I think that's the distinction. Am I correct?
Right, and we're really trying to focus on you council members in the room and getting some direction based on these summary points so that we can get through the material today. And so
I mean, I have some hard feedback on this page. If you're trying to hone us in on 5 specific goals for the year, and this is what they are, is that what is that how I'm supposed to interpret this?
Yes.
Okay. Elections is just business as usual. We would not cite that as a priority goal for the year. That's business as usual.
It's going to be a workload.
Okay, but I don't have to set that as a priority. Like, we have to do what we have to do, just like we have to, you know.
I would not take the text on the screen as hard and fast. These are each goals. These are major discussion points that we need to cover today in order to get direction from the council about what you're all hoping to accomplish.
Okay, I can assure you that nobody in the county is putting elections as a strategic goal for 2026. So that is removed because that is business as usual. We can talk about the sales tax in a second. So economic vitality, are you heard me say, I think we all agree that that's really, really important. We don't have a plan or a proposal from the chamber, so I can't respond to whether I think that's something we can do or not. I'm open to chipping in a couple $1,000s to help them along, but the county has huge strategic planning that's going to encompass all the jurisdictions, not just non-incorporated. They're only now doing an RFP for consultants. That's going to be a long-term thing. Like, I don't think we're going to see any benefit in this year. It's just, I mean, they're only in the RFP right now, right? So if you're asking, do we put resources toward that effort? I don't know that I'm behind that. If you're asking, do we chip in a couple $1,000s to the chamber? I mean, in the absence of a plan, it's kind of hard to say, but I would say tentative yes. Does anybody else have any thoughts on what they're saying on this page?
Well, we're going to take each one and talk about it, right? That's what we're doing?
Well,
We're taking each of those goals?
yeah, Mike, I'm going to dive into Measure C in a lot more detail in the following slides. So what I'd like to get is some direction from the entire council about whether these are important workload issues that you want us to plan budget for.
Okay, I have a comment. I appreciate what Stephanie said about the chamber and the $2,000. I take a good look at it, as we all do, I'm sure, see what other towns are doing, the efforts they're making. I'm not sure where they're getting all their money, that's another story. But whether it's San Anselmo or Larkspur, I don't know about the downtowns. There's a lot more effort going into that from those towns. And I think they have a better collaboration with the chamber. So the chamber should bring forth, in my estimation, a plan to, talk about what their 2026 looks like. I also think that the town festival, the Fairfax Festival, I think that may be, so I heard anyway, I'm not sure if it's true, but this might be Larry's last year. We should figure out how that's going to run. I would suggest if they were willing or thought, we all thought they were able to do it, I think they could. But maybe that would be a great thing for the Chamber of Commerce to run, would be our Fairfax Festival. And that could be hopefully, if they did it correctly, fund their work. And I think we need a more robust program of events that attract people to the downtown. I think some of the events that the chamber has run have been great, and I think we need more of them. So, is that the only one you want to talk about, was the chamber part, or all of them?
Yeah, thank you. So I heard from Stephanie and I heard from Mike, and I'm not sure the temperature of the other council members as far as what I heard from Stephanie was potentially consider a relatively small amount of additional money that would support the chamber. And what I heard from you, Mike, was about mostly the structure of the festival and kind of increasing the activities of the chamber. Did I get that right?
We'll find a mechanism for them to help fund their endeavors and their work. And I think as far as the town goes, I'd like to know more about what their plans are. The chamber, that is, I do think $2,000 is kind of a small amount when you consider sales tax. I think, tell me how much that takes in. Is it $1 million or is it less?
It's like $1 million for us, I think.
1.4 million?
No,
No.
It's $1 million.
okay.
I think $2,000, and we can keep increasing that sales tax. We have to be careful because a lot of businesses are struggling. Believe me, there are a lot of break-even operations in town.
Right.
And I think that anything the chamber could do to help raise, that's something that literally pays for itself, because we take in, if we can increase the sales tax revenues for the merchants, their sales, it then of course benefits the town. So I think we should put more into the chamber. I'm not sure what the right amount is. I like to kind of have an idea of what other towns do, just so we can measure it. It's just,
It needs, would you agree, Mike, that it needs to be in proportion to their general fund and their overall operating budget? Like Larkspur and San Anselmo is like double ours. So if they're giving, just hypothetically, if they're giving 10, doesn't mean that we should give 10. And they have an
No, I would agree, no.
They have a fully staffed rec department that is generating serious revenue. So it's interesting and informative, it's not comparable, to just say, let's do what they're doing.
First of all, I'm sorry, but I heard what you said, but I
Yeah.
didn't actually say that. I
Okay.
said that I would like to see what other people do.
Yeah, so would I.
So I'm not actually saying match it, okay, so thank you for that. I would like to see from the chamber should give us a proposal, a more robust look of what, a more accurate view of what they're going to be doing this year, and then we could determine better if it's $2,000 or more. And also, I think we should, I don't even know if they want to take over the Fairfax Festival, but if they do, we should start knowing that soon, because that's a big transition, and that's a big part of our town festival. So
Okay,
that's all.
So can I say something? First of all, I'm in agreement with Mike about we need to see a plan. And we saw an email, and I think we need to see a plan. And I think we need to consider a couple of things. So we support chamber efforts through police overtime, through DPW work, and I've never seen that sort of figured out, how much money we're spending on those events. And I'm not saying it's a bad thing, I'm just saying we do support the chamber significantly. In the winter market, we had something like 8 police on, and that's a lot for overtime. So I think we need to look at that as well, and I would also say I'm in agreement to look at other towns, but there's, like you pointed out, Stephanie, there is a real difference. Larkspur has huge sales tax.
Yeah.
They have a lot. So I think we need to consider that and consider San Anselmo, for example. Their rec department does not bring in huge revenue. They bring in about 61% cover their costs. That's it. They have to subsidize the rest of it. So I think we need to look at that, and I would like to see a plan, like a business plan of what are the events, what are the needs, and then consider how much we do already with our support. But I want to go to the policy updates. I think those are kind of, I don't really know why they're there. You know, we talked about dark sky, we have to do an ADU ordinance. You know, I don't know why we're redoing, we don't actually have an ordinance for open space. There's a resolution, but it's not an ordinance, and I don't know what we're doing with open space that we need to do something else.
It says ordinance, but it's the open space element.
Yeah, and I've got a problem with that. Our general plan was signed in 2012. We have 20 years, and to start looking at a specific element makes no sense to me. I think we should ask the open space group, including Frank, who's their liaison, what are changes you'd like to see, but
That's
do
what
not.
we're doing, that's what's happening.
Okay,
So
but
maybe
that's-
an update was due in January for the open space element, that's what I understand.
No, but we don't update the open space element with the general plan. We have 20 years. To start updating the element makes no sense right now. What we ought to ask the open space group is what are the kinds of changes
I'm telling you,
needed?
that's underway, that's underway.
Okay, and then the other thing I would say is, I mean, there's a lot more in policy updates than these 3 things that are up
You know,
there.
I'm uncomfortable with it as well. I mean, there's one.
This is not an official document, this is
Okay,
just,
but-
this is a high level.
But it's
slide
not,
that
okay,
for
but
us
it's
to
not,
talk about.
okay, but do you want us to start getting concrete or, like, because some of this is very specific and some of it is like really global. So if we say, yeah, policy updates sound good, does that mean we're not going to be pursuing formula ordinance? We're not going to be pursuing, like, there's a lot missing, so it makes us uncomfortable. Like, why is that in there and other things aren't? There's other, like, standard operating, what are they called?
The objective
Yeah,
design
objective
development
statement,
standards,
yeah,
sorry.
that's something we brought up. So help us use this, because it's not feeling comfortable to me, sorry.
If I may, it will help me to understand your direction if we kind of go one by one. And I think we're maybe getting a little lost on the words underneath the titles. So, for example, we just talked about economic vitality, and I heard from 3, but not 5 council members.
But the words underneath are important because you could interpret that some way and we could interpret it some way. So we have to be aligned with, yes, Mina's gonna come back to us with a plan and we're gonna weigh in on it in advance of the fiscal, right? We also talked about Fairfax Festival, and that's really gray area, right? So who's on point for, and Barbara raised a really important point. Every time we've looked at it, it hasn't included the cost, the fully baked cost, right? So who's gonna take the lead on that? Is that staff? I prefer not. So is that Mina again? Is that Larry? I think we do need to get into the detail underneath the headings.
Okay, so just keep in mind, these are conversation starters, so that's why we're taking notes as you're talking. And then I'll be very transparent. I think we're gonna have a long discussion about Measure C, and I wanna make sure that we get there.
Okay, well, we will get there. As far as the Fairfax Festival, maybe we could have a staff member write to Larry and Mina and say the council briefly discussed this and what we'd like to see is a transition plan for 2027. Something like that includes an actual P&L for the event. And Janet's looking at me like, no, or
I'm listening.
okay.
Okay, Janet and I have met with Larry, and but that is not, a finished conversation. So what I'm hearing from you is that you'd like to have me send an email to Larry saying the council wants more information in the form of some written documents and potentially a presentation to council as we did a few years ago.
Yeah, it's gotta be,
I think I wanna jump on what Stephanie said. I don't really wanna see Larry do a presentation like he did last year, which was frankly not useful.
insufficient.
I think, he has said this is his last year. I think every year he says this is his last year. But let's specifically ask him for a transition plan, and that the council is looking at the possibility of, we've discussed it briefly. I don't know that we're all in agreement, but that why not put it on him and Mina to come up with a transition plan? And I think we need that. To continue to hear Larry talk about, we need you to give us this much money
Yeah,
or
I
whatever.
think
It doesn't
maybe
get us
in one of the upcoming chamber touch points, we can include Larry and say this is what we need. But I would agree, I don't want to spend a ton of time on this, but I don't want to use staff resources on helping them figure it out. I mean,
I understand.
yeah.
So we did meet with Larry, and for this year, not transition for next year,
Yeah.
or anything, but for this year, because time is so short. We agreed that I would draft up an agreement between the town and the festival, whatever the festival is, a group of citizens or whatnot. It's not a 501c3. But we would have an agreement whereby we would memorialize what we've been doing, which is acting as fiscal agent. And that includes some funds that are paid in advance for different things, and then the town gets paid back. And we wanted to have that memorialized so that we would all be on the same page with that.
But I didn't know that, so I don't know if I missed that in your update, but I would really like to have known that.
We just had the meeting, we just had it. It was this week.
So I apologize, I haven't sent it out to council
Okay.
yet.
All right, I think we have some good next steps. Go ahead, Lisa.
Yeah, so I just want to say I agree with the mayor about the whole issue of elections. Like, I think it's a major staff focus. For us, I think, as council, so I'm not clear if some of these goals are supposed to be the town as a whole, the council, but for us, the focus of the elections would be probably the Measure C sales tax as opposed to just elections. In terms of economic vitality, I mean, it's something I'm interested in us pursuing. I agree with all the comments people made. I also know that other towns that pay their chamber usually have something that they also have their chamber do on their behalf. And I mean, it's not like what is done isn't wonderful, but like, they man the little tourist booth in downtown Sausalito, or they run the parking program in Mill Valley. So, there's just differences, and we have to figure out a way to help our local economy thrive with the conditions that we have. So, I don't know if that means that we should also have, we already have the mayor's liaison with the chamber. Do you need a subcommittee that looks at economic development? I think all of this is going to be really interesting, especially in conjunction with the transition of the Fairfax Festival. So I think that's all still to be hashed out, but I'm really interested to see it up there. In terms of policy updates, I mean, again, I know the words under there are kind of squishy, but, we had talked about a dark sky ordinance, which is underway. I am in favor of updating the open space element. I think there's a lot of energy and excitement around that on the part of residents, and I think it's useful. I don't know anything about the tree ordinance, police taser issues. We can talk about those later. And of course, the formula business ordinance is going to be a huge thing this year. And then, one thing that I like to see up there, which I think Councilmember Eggers brought up a lot, and we already have going with the BPAC, is pedestrian traffic safety. I think it's been, a big issue. And so, and I think the other thing is just that we have this boisterous, wonderful I mean, just the huge amount of synergy between the chamber and the recreation department has been great. And I saw that in their last report where they saw this boost in, participation. And so I wish there was some way we could foster both our recreation department and our chamber. And I know that's going to be shaky, especially if we don't get Measure C passed. And then finally, I would love to think about the microgrid issue. So that's.
Which I think that would fall under the town facility investments.
Oh, thank you.
Yes, at this point, it's really an exploration mode, but,
Thank you.
yeah, so I think we're saying the 2026 elections doesn't belong there as a council goal, because it's business as usual, as I said, but do we want, because of the work BPAC is doing, because we have 2 pending lawsuits, because of all the comments Frank has made, do we want to put traffic safety as a separate one downtown?
Isn't that part of the VPAC?
Yeah.
So BPAC is going to deliver a report, and then we ultimately have to take action. That's
So
how I understand it. So-
Maybe we should have something specific about BPAC with that as a piece of it, so that it doesn't get lost in the shuffle. Not that I'm against biking, but too much biking and not enough emphasis on pedestrian issue.
BPAC is bicycle
I
pedestrian.
know, but when we were doing the interviews, one of the concerns I had is there were a lot of biking folks who have a different view, and I really wanted to have folks that were used to walking and traversing our town, and so we got some of those folks. I just want to make sure that it's equally balanced, if not a little bit more balanced towards pedestrians.
Right, and I think one of the things our consultant said at one of the BPAC meetings was that they were pleasantly surprised to find that our former BPAC plan was more focused on pedestrians than cyclists, and that was unusual amongst towns that they work with. And so I'm not sure that's going away, but I haven't been to a meeting.
I just think we don't want
There's a
to
conflict.
lose it, because sometimes we get overcome with all the wonderful things we want to do for us.
So do we want to just call it bicycle and pedestrian safety?
Yeah.
I'm fine with that, but, and I do think it's good to point out that it's largely being covered by the BPAC. It doesn't mean we can't do other stuff when we get the report, but.
Well, I think we can only do so much, so if we have a group that's focused, then why do we want to have separate groups?
I guess I'm not explaining myself. So there's a consultant, they collect the data, they come up with solutions, but they don't implement, is my understanding.
Right.
That's the work of staff in this council. So I'm saying when we get the report, let's take action, let's make it a priority this year, yes or no?
Okay.
That's what I'm suggesting.
I have some thoughts on that.
Okay, but can you weigh in on that? Do you want that? Because you've talked about safety in the past, Mike. Yes?
I have other things I want to add.
Okay.
And I'm just going to keep emphasizing that it's not just the consultant. We have a very active citizen group that is leading the effort and is trying to gather data and feeding it to the consultant, and also taking ideas from various members of the council who have presented, and
Understood.
So that's great.
Frank, can we get a concurrence or yay or nay?
So just a few comments.
Can we get a response on the traffic?
The most
and
pressing
pedestrian?
message, let me tell you, the most pressing message up there is Measure C. If we don't get Measure C.
We're gonna have there's a whole section on that. We're gonna get to that. Can you just respond on the traffic and
On
pedestrian
the traffic,
safety?
well.
Yes or no?
Here's the issue with the traffic. We've got to slow the traffic down, number one.
Okay, it sounds like that's a yes.
Crosswalk safety for pedestrians. I mean, we've got lawsuits going on
We all
over
agree.
accidents.
We all agree. That's why we
Everybody wants to say
I don't need a consultant for $75,000 to tell me which streets have to have their speed limits lowered,
Yes,
and
you
what
do.
streets have to be repaired, and what crosswalks have to be repaired, and what kind of lighting needs to be done. We all live here, we work here, we're around here all the time.
I agree. It's a real frustration and a requirement to have a BPAC plan. You do actually have to have that. So it's something that probably didn't funded, state mandated kind of thing. So it sounds like you're on board with safety, and I think we wanted to hear from Mike.
But actually sooner than later. I don't think we can wait 1 year and wait for a plan to come out.
We have a plan coming before us in April,
When?
April 15th.
April 15th?
Yeah.
It's wrapped up, it's coming to the council.
I think they have a preliminary plan. That's on their calendar, that they just sent around.
When will we get it?
April 15th,
Oh,
they're bringing
yeah, but our
a
council-
presentation to the council on April 15th. That's my understanding, my friend.
Fantastic. Can we hear from Mike now, please?
Okay, I'm just gonna state a few things that I think should be part of our goals for 2026 and we should implement. Number one, I'm against the idea of dark sky ordinance. Just more work. I guess they've already done it, but either way, it just doesn't sit right with me to just keep making rules for rules' sakes. I think we should talk about the difference between having a town administrator and a town manager. I think that we need, as a council, to be more involved and have more, I don't know, whether we have more power or the manager has less power, I don't know. But I used to like the old format better. It's too much power. But we did an evaluation of both the town manager and the town attorney. I don't believe, maybe I missed it, but I don't believe it was reported out. I don't believe we actually came to any consensus. And there's certain parts of it, talking about the accountability aspect, how do you judge a person's job when you can't, things are basically swept under the carpet, so transparency. We had an incident at our last council meeting, and I guess he was part of the public works staff, might have been the union rep, and that was, I'd never seen that in my, whatever, how many years I've been on the council over the years. Never seen anyone burst into here and start talking about all the things he was talking about. And I think that we need to know what's going on. I don't think that, and I brought this up with Heather, I said, just because, I don't know if it was a year ago today or maybe it was the second session, but we're sitting in a room just like this, the same exact type of meeting, and something happened, and next thing you know, we didn't have a public works director. And we had been talking about the hostile work environment that was created at the time, and other types of things that were just never addressed. And I've never been in a business or any kind of a deal where these things are just swept under the carpet and we're not going to talk about them.
Well,
So I think that as a goal, as a policy, is we should know more about what the heck's going on in the town and what's going on with hostile work environments, which, by the way, I personally reported 3 times myself of that department.
These are very
So-
real issues, and I appreciate you bringing them up, Mike, I really do.
Well, I have more.
Okay, but in the context, okay, I'm just gonna try to keep us focused. I want to name that what you're saying is important, but in the context of 2026 goals, can we try to keep it there?
Yeah. In fact, it is a goal.
Okay, so-
The goal is transparency. The goal is accountability. The goal is for us, the town council, to know what's going on. Maybe some do, but certainly some don't.
Okay, but, yeah.
So I
we need to
think
be meeting
that's
with
a
staff to get
strategic plan.
informed
By the way, it helps
on
with
this.
lawsuits, it helps with all kinds of things. Hiring, firing, all those things. Okay, so, and then I've talked about policies. I said it last year, said it when I ran, I say it pretty much every meeting, but I don't think we've tried hard enough to look at reducing the size of our town hall staff, which I guess came up with that same person. And the work from home policy, cannot work from home. You gotta come to work. As an example, Public Works doesn't work from home. Certainly, not Rudy and the guys, they gotta come to work and get in there and do work. And that's what I expect out of any staff member. Come in and do the work. Working from home, not in the COVID days, but that's, so that's what I think in terms of running something. And it just will increase efficiency as well. And I just feel like we've let this staff get too big, not the staff's fault, nothing to do with the staff, they're great people. What's not great are us decision makers to allow that to happen. Because no other business in town, maybe save for the Good Earth, has increased staffing. And by the way, nothing's increased about the amount of people that even live in Fairfax. We should just we should be reducing the staff. It's not fair. It's not fair to the homeowners. It's not fair to everyone who has to work with less and for less. All the businesses that are just trying to make it, and then for town hall to need more cubicles than they've ever had before.
Councilmember Grangelli.
I'm not quite done. Having.
I just wanted to let you know there's gonna be an opportunity to talk about cuts in the Measure C discussion.
And the budget.
So, just
I
to
don't
be,
see that up there, but
just
anyway.
just
Okay,
in the interest of
I got one
time.
more sentence. And then we, until we moved it across the street, we even had to put staff over here where that used to be the children's center. So there's no doubt that we are way higher in staffing than we've ever been before. And I actually had a meeting with Heather where I mentioned that, can we figure out where we can cut? Because there might be between benefits and everything else, there might be $500,000, $750,000 out there that we could put back into our streets. That's it. I know that's one of our differences, but we just had a session about that. I've said this 3 or 4 times since at meetings like this, or more actually, and it just always falls on deaf ears.
No, we hear you, we hear you. Okay, are we ready to move on? I think we are.
I think it's most critical that we talk about Measure C today, and you can decide perhaps at the end of this meeting whether it warrants a special meeting as well. Measure C, I'll just give you some background on it. As I mentioned, it was passed in November 2016, and it was a 10-year measure. It actually started in March 2017, which makes it expire unless extended by the voters in March 2027. It is the town's transactions and use tax, so sales tax, and it is currently 0.75% for taxable retail sales. All of the revenues remain in Fairfax, and they are, you can go to the next slide, please. They are general fund revenues, so they are for general purposes. And I want to delve into a little bit about what general purposes are. General purposes are police and fire and public works and recreation, and every service in Fairfax is a general fund. All of our funds are general fund. We do get some specific grants. For example, there are some small post grants to the police department to augment, but they cannot survive on post funds alone. Similarly, we get some gas tax money, and that is a small portion of what the general fund actually subsidizes the road maintenance and work that we do now, including the staff who catch potholes and things like that. So Measure C has been a stable funding source for our core services, as I just mentioned, some of them. And it is subject to annual independent audits for both revenues and expenditures. Go to the next one, please. So I mentioned before the use of funds, police, public safety, streets and infrastructure, all town services. In some towns, I want to just remark that in some towns and cities, for example, planning department could be run almost exclusively without general funds due to fees that are coming in for plan review and permit review and those kinds of things. In Fairfax, that's not the case. The council has a long history of trying to help residents who are just trying to replace their, leaky windows, perhaps on a fixed income, and so they have set those rates below costs. And then capital improvements. So Mike, you and I met with Michael Vifret about a year ago and talked about, as an example, the general fund subsidizes our road projects, capital improvements to the tune of about $1 million a year. Go to the next slide, please. So just a sort of key facts reminder, this is a sales tax, it's not a property tax, so in that way it is seen as more controllable for our residents, right? They're choosing what to buy and how much, as opposed to property taxes, which are simply set. It was a 10-year tax, and at the time it was passed, it got a significant majority, a super majority, 77% almost, and it was a general tax, which only requires 50%.
It's actually more than 50%.
It's
not
plus one, but we
Yeah.
started it in the.
We were just trying to make these slides
Okay.
digestible and not.
Need to be clear.
Great. So I imagine you're wondering, so what does this mean to the town and to the programs that you care about? So Measure C is a very significant ongoing funding source for the town. It can fluctuate based on what's sold in town and economic conditions generally. And you see at the bottom, I hope, this is pretty small, but I hope you can see that in fiscal year 2017-18, it brought in about $650,000. In 18-19, it went up to $681,000. In 19-20, it was up at $756. 2020, you see a big, there's a pretty big jump there, and that, people were staying home and buying things here. 900,000. And in the last few years, from 21 through our budgeted 26-27 fiscal year, we anticipate and have gotten about $1 million a year from that Measure C. Go to the next slide. So there are different renewal options, and there are a number of decision points for you to make here. The first is the type of tax. So general tax, as I mentioned, needs a 50% plus one vote in order to pass. And it can, the council can make statements about but it is a general tax. It goes into the general fund. A special tax requires a supermajority. It has a much higher bar for actually being passed. And the council must, if they're intending to put a special tax on the ballot, say what it can be used for, and then it cannot be used for anything else. That's a decision point. It is already a general tax, and my recommendation would be that it stay as a general tax, but there's debate to be had there, I'm sure. The tax rate is currently 0.75%, and Fairfax would be allowed to go to a full 1 cent, or 1%, sorry. And so that differential, that 1/4 cent, it would yield approximately $300,000. So I can envision a world in which perhaps the council says, we're going to put out this general tax at a full percentage, and we want to commit that we're going to use the $300,000 for road or police, or you could do that. And then the election date is very important. There is a primary coming up in June 2026. That is an option, and we'll talk more about the specifics there. And then there is also the regular election, November 2026. And the ballot language, we'll need to talk more about that as we get to specific. Can you go to the next slide? So reminder, general versus special, and general tax, that is used for all of your general fund activities, which all activities that are done by the town are general fund, including police and paying for the fire service and DPW. It needs a 50% plus 1 vote. Special tax would be restricted specifically to the purposes that are shown on the ballot and requires a much higher voter approval, a supermajority, 2/3. So if you want to put this on the June ballot, which might be a good idea, then you need to act quickly. So it requires a finding of a fiscal emergency, and it could have an A-B measure, an A being you ask the voters to agree that you intend to use this money for your important services like police and fire and public works. And then B is the actual tax measure, and but it funds all core services. A fiscal emergency requires a 5-0 vote. The entire council then votes that this is a fiscal emergency and it needs to go on the June ballot. So this is an
Sorry,
opportunity.
can I interrupt you? I'm hoping to get some, I was expecting some legal background on what constitutes a fiscal emergency. I thought there was a memo.
No, there's not a memo, there are bullet points about options and the difference between special and general, the difference between June and November. Fiscal emergency is self-defined. There is no set definition of fiscal emergency.
Okay, thank you.
And I sort of interrupt, I ran this measure a few years ago, and I think Frank was the first person who wrote me a check. Usually was, and I think I ran it with Barbara Petty at that time. At the time, and general purpose is what we should consider. At the time, prior to that, it was Measure D, and that was 0.5%. And the council agreed to increase it to 0.75%. And then also, I had hoped at the time, because we continue to need these funds, that we would do it longer. In the past, it was 5 years, so before you turn around, you're doing another one, and that didn't make sense. I had hoped to get a continual tax measure, and the council didn't support that, so we went for 10 years, which was better. But I think the thing that we need to consider is we do really need these funds, and it would be better to consider doing it in June, because in November there would be a lot of state ballot measures on the ballot for various taxes, and I think, you know, what happens, people just get really tired. But I think, you know, general purpose is the way to go, in my opinion. Special purpose I don't think would pass. But I also just think it's not just for the people that live here. We get the visitors, and we get a lot of visitors. So it's more fair, because it's not just impacting our current residents. And I do think the other piece that I learned at the time running this is when you have your own sales tax measure, you actually capture internet sales as well as auto sales, which you don't if you don't have your own sales tax measure. So the Bradley Burns sales tax, we don't get anything off internet sales, we don't get anything off our auto sales. So with this tax measure, we capture that as well. So if I go buy a car in Corte Madera, that 0.75% would go to Fairfax.
Now that's really good.
Yeah,
information to
so
have.
I learned that
Thank you.
when we did this a few years ago. So it's time to move forward, and my recommendation is definitely general, and we try for June 2nd, because I think it would be a lot cleaner and it wouldn't be messed up with all the state ballot measures.
To be clear though, we need unanimity for
Right.
June on all of the specifics,
Right.
including the 0.75 versus 1,
Right.
and whether it would renew in perpetuity.
Well, and I think that's something for the council to decide, but at a minimum, I think it would be good to go for 10 years if you're going to do it. But it just seems like we ought to go for 1 cent. I think we should have done it before, but, you know, we didn't. And the good news is, at the time, you could see, we had estimated bringing about 650,000, and it's bringing in a lot more, so that's good news. And I just want to stress that whatever we do, it would be a renewal of an existing tax.
That's right.
Even if it's increased by 1/4 cent. Mike, it looks like you have something to say.
Yeah, well, just sometimes these things fly through my mind, and I wanted to ask this question on if it was more of a, instead of a general, it was a special one, I'm not sure what the right name is for it, but if that money was specified, that the sales tax money,
Yeah.
why couldn't it be specified for the roads?
Well, I think, here's the problem.
100%. And that way, you have to live with the general fund, and you'll have to make do with what you have in the general
Well,
fund.
I would just say this, is that, let's assume we did that. First of all, if you're lucky, you're bringing in 1.3 million. And we know that each road is not $100,000, they end up being a lot. So we need the general purpose money, and it pays for a lot. And I have a copy of the flyer we mailed at the time if you want to see it. But you can, you know, it talks about things like we could spend it on repaving streets. I would not advocate, I wouldn't support doing a special for this for roads. It's a drop in the bucket.
And I think.
Well, first of all, I'm talking about in addition to what it already has coming in. That wouldn't be the only money. That would be See, on that one, you're saying $300,000 for the roads.
No, if you increase it to 1 cent, right now it's bringing in about $1 million. So if you increase it to 1 cent, you're getting to about 1.3 million a year. But we need it for the other purposes that are general purpose.
And that's what I'm.
Yes.
But can I
One
just-
thing we
can
haven't
I-
talked about yet is cutting anything.
Right, we haven't talked about that, but Mike, just because I hear
I
you.
think that's important. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
So what's getting a little bit lost in this discussion is that there's this option, and it's non-binding, but there is an option to describe it, to describe the intent of the funds raised, the revenue raised in the ballot. So intended to fund roads, police, fire, right? But I think, personal opinion, we want to avoid it being a special tax because it has such a higher threshold for passing. And we are in a landscape where we are going to be, in Fairfax in June, I can tell you, I've been tracking it. We know there's going to be a Ross Valley School District parcel tax. We know the smart train measure is going to be on the June ballot. And so if we put this on the June ballot, we're one of 3. It could be another. So in my mind, the reason why this is an emergency is that if it doesn't pass in June, we have one more shot at it in November. So I guess I'd kind of like to keep us moving. I'm hearing that we're all unanimous. Could you just say, yes, I'm in support of renewing it, and then we could like fine tune what that looks like?
Can I just add something?
Yeah, but we do have a lot to cover.
I know,
This is really important.
I know, but this is actually really important.
It's very important.
And I just want to read what we talked about in the last ballot question, which it went on to talk about the half cent, increasing it to 3/4 cent. Can be used for a period of 10 years, subject to annual independent audits to maintain and enhance quality public safety and general services, improve infrastructure such as repairing sidewalks, pedestrian trails, repaving streets, and enhancing downtown while retaining Fairfax character. So you can have, not necessarily that language, but something like that. And that's what we did, that's what the flyer speaks to. And I think it's a fiscal emergency because, as Stephanie says, if it didn't pass, we'd only have one more shot. And if we waited to November, then if for some reason it doesn't pass, you've got a huge gap till you can do it again. So.
Yeah. And especially if, we have other.
I would be in support of keeping the sales tax the same as it is now. That's what I would be in support of. Just extend.
So we don't have unanimity on bumping it to 1%.
It sounds like not, because Mike's saying he doesn't want to bump it to 1%. I'd like to bump it to 1%, but, if there's not unanimity, that's a problem. I am definitely in favor of extending it, and I'm going to be open to debate about when it should go on, but I think June is probably it.
So Frank, I'm going to let you talk, but I just want to make sure, Mike, so the costs are going up for everybody, including the cost to deliver services. And I know you want to cut, and I know you want to eliminate staff, which is also going to impact what we're able to deliver. But aside from that, so if you look at that sheet of what it generates year over year, what we don't see is what it constitutes as a percentage of our operating budget, right? Which is really, really important, because if we keep it static at 0.75%, it's going to constitute a significantly less percentage contribution to the budget. So we're going to be working with less on top of you wanting to cut people. So if that's what you want to do, we just need to name it, that you want to do more with less funds and less staff.
And that's what everyone in town has to do, and that's what I'm for.
Okay,
We
so
don't have to-
deliver
we're
more
all
with
doing
less
it with-
money and
yes,
less people.
We're all taking in less money with higher cost. Absolutely.
Frank Hager here. So here's the issue. There's a maximum amount of sales tax that can be charged here in Marin County. And right now, we have an opportunity for a quarter-cent additional to what we have now. If we don't exercise that opportunity, someone else in this county is going to take it. It may be the county of Marin, it may be a transit agency. They're going to take that 1/4%. If we have the opportunity for that 1/4% to remain here in Fairfax, I think we ought to do that. Whether it's 3/4% or 1 cent, and it's a general tax, it's going to pass. Flat out, it will pass. You know, we talked about, I saw there it said police and public safety. We're going to say police and fire. This is not public, this is fire. It's a real specific. And I don't mean this is a special tax, but we're talking about who's going to benefit from it. You know, they're adding a firefighter to each shift on each engine. All this is costing extra money, and it's, we're gonna pay it. As far as
I just want to say, you are right on, Frank. That point that you raised, somebody else is going to take it. The county is talking about potentially doing another tax, so they will take that 1/4%. You're absolutely right.
On the issue, you know, we had a bond measure last year for streets. It did not pass. I think we have to prove to the residents of Fairfax that we can function well as a town. We can provide certain basic improvements, and we spend our money wisely. So I even foresee maybe 300,000, if it's going to pay an additional 300,000, that would go into a road. That would go to the roads. That 300,000, without saying it's a special tax. You know, we've got. They're talking about paving half of Bleedus Road with a construction project from MMWD. Well, it would look silly if we paved only half of Bleedus Road and the other half remains unpaved. I mean, so this might be an opportunity to get some funds to pave the other half of Bleedus Road, just for instance. I mean, there's
Yeah,
all
and
kinds of opportunities.
let's just keep in mind though, and I use this example, so 3 years ago, when costs were 3 years ago, 3 blocks of Lower Scenic, just 3 blocks from, you know, Azalea to Manor, $700,000. $700,000. So it's, you know, we're not going to get into the real costs of what this town needs for pavement, but it's in the tens of millions, and that's not what we're talking about today. I'm all for telling the community, yes, this is what we're going to use it for, police, fire, roads. What I want to get to is some decisioning points. So if we are at a point where I'm hearing for a 1%, what does that mean to staff to tell me, what does that mean? Does that mean the council and the staff can't put it on the ballot? And does that mean it needs to be community driven, or what does that mean?
So, in order to put it on the June ballot, you need a 5-0 that it's a fiscal emergency as a general tax, and whatever that tax is, you need a 5-0 to.
Yeah, and so my question is.
Is that in legislation someplace, the 5-0 vote? It's only been 4.
Yes, it is. It's required to 18 that it be at a general election. If you want it at a special election, which is what the primary is considered to be, because there are no council seats up in June, they're only up in November, then you have to have a 5-0 declaration of fiscal emergency, because it's a general tax. You only have to have 4 votes to put a tax on, period, be it a general or a special, okay? But in order to get a general and a special election, not your general municipal election, your regular municipal election, you've got to have a 5-0 vote of fiscal emergency.
I have a thought, by the way, because I want the most bang for our buck, right? Who doesn't, right? But if I was to vote on this, I would want to be assured by this council but we're gonna sharpen our pencils and we're gonna reduce some staff and save some money. Because we set policies over the last, how many years, decade, however long, has increased our staffing, and it's not fiscally responsible. We let people work from home, we do all that. If you guys do that, that would show me that, sure, let's raise the sales tax, but at the same time, we promise not to do it right in this swoop. We're gonna be cutting some positions, maybe it's through attrition, by the way. We're going to make sure people come to work, and we're going to get more efficiencies at town hall, and not just staff it for, not Fairfax, but staff it for some other town. This is Fairfax, we need to have the right size staff. We don't have it right now. So if you guys can promise me that, I'll go for
Thank
it.
you, Mike. I
Yeah.
didn't
I
get
feel
my
that's a fair
question answered.
deal.
I did not get my question answered. If
So-
we want it on the June ballot, it can't be, and we're only at a 4-1 right now. It can't be on the June ballot via council, is that what I'm understanding? How should it be
What
on
she's
the?
saying is that if we all agree on a fiscal emergency, the tax amount is separate.
Yeah.
So if we agree that it's a fiscal emergency to put it on the
No,
ballot.
that's not what she said, Barbara.
So the only time you have to have a unanimous vote is if you're talking about a general tax, not if you're talking about a special tax.
Right, we get that.
Okay, you just said, okay, just let me finish. So that's the only time the general tax, not on November, requires 5 votes. Anything else is 4 votes.
But do you?
Meaning the actual tax amount, the seven,
No, meaning putting it on the ballot at a certain rate.
So you
They're
don't-
linked. They don't come uncoupled. okay?
That's what I'm trying to understand.
Yeah.
I'm not hearing 5-0 for a 1% in June. I'm hearing that we do have an emergency. I'm hearing we do want to renew. We do not have unanimity on the 1%. So if that's the case, what is the solution for getting it on the June ballot at 1%? That is my question.
Special tax for 4 votes.
And then that's 2/3.
But then that gets you back to the, meeting the super majority.
Yes.
It's not gonna help.
Why not agree with me to reduce?
So Mike, I just want to say something.
Because that's how it works.
I ran several tax measures for this town with Larry, with Holly Breckman, etc. Frank was always the first person to write me a check. One of the things we were so proud of is that we had the leanest staff in all of the county. And what we were finding is tremendous burnout, tremendous people feeling like they can't really do this. And I want to say, I don't know what the numbers were 20 years ago, but I know that we've added 3 in the last few years. I also want to say, when I worked at the state, we created a telework policy where people could be telework 1 or 2 days a week. This was years ago. And most of us hated it. And there were some people who didn't work. Okay, then I went to the Air District, and I was in enforcement. The inspectors never came into the office. They were in their cars doing inspections. Let me finish. And it worked. And I also want to say, one of the things we learned through COVID is that people actually usually work more when they're not in the office. They start earlier, they go later, whatever. And I asked Heather the other day, I said, how many days a week are people not in the office? Do we have a written policy? No, we don't have a written policy. But her policy is no more than 1 day a week. And I can tell you, I've talked to Christine when she was at an at-home day, and she pulled over to the side of the road because she was on her way to an appointment to put something on the website. So, you know, we gotta change our views of what, I remember when Callie Pace started this telework policy, we all hated it, we all said it was terrible. Governor Newsom is trying to get people back into the office 3 or 4 days a week, not 5 days a week. So I just feel like there's sort of 20 years has passed, 25 years has passed, and things have changed. And if you really want to cut staff, you need to be talking about who those staff are, what those positions are. And I have been here for 12 years on this council, or 13, I forget. And I have seen 2 people added. I also see that our principal planner has been here 40 years. She's going to retire. So we had hired an assistant planner, was looking at succession planning. We also have a building official who's been here over 20 years. He will probably retire at some point. So we are looking at succession planning. Things have changed. So I'm not in agreement with you to just say, we're just going to cut staff and we're going to make people come back in the office. I mean, if it's only 1 day a week and people are clear that they're working and they have the equipment at home to do the work, what is the rub? I mean, I'm one of the most old-fashioned people here, and I hated it when we started it at Cali, PA.
Can I? Yeah. I mean, I just need to say something because I've had a chance, and I do want to say I work from home pretty much most of the time for the last 5 years. And, you know, I work a lot, you know, and I recently retired, but, you know, it's very common, and you see just as people start coming back to the office 2-3 days a week, they're asking for us to be there full time. It's different if you're a doctor or a public works person, you know, it's different types of jobs. If you're an analyst or a planner, you can be out of the office and be very effective. And the other thing is we don't pay people a lot. And the conditions here are really difficult. We have a very contentious public, and people get stressed and burned out. And we have to have some sort of incentive to keep, to recruit and retain good people. And one of those incentives for a lot of people is having the flexibility to work from home. And as I probably said at the last meeting, my class of worker, we just organized a union because the main sticking point for people was being told they had to be in the office more than 2 or 3 days a week in some cases. So they just organized a union, and now they're taking, you know, it's going to be really interesting. We're the last groups to organize at UC. And the other thing I just wanted to say is that, you know, years ago before I ran for office, I sat with somebody from San Anselmo and talked about their staffing. And I was like, she said, you were so understaffed per ratio of population compared to any town in Marin, and that's why you can't get anything done, because you just don't have the staff to do the stuff. And so for me, that was a real eye-opener. And I've looked at stuff, I mean, you know, they have a different setup, they have more money, but Sausalito has less people than we have, and they have 100 staff. And that's why we have to hire consultants, right? Because we don't have enough staff. And sometimes we have to hire consultants because we need their expertise, because we just don't have enough people on staff at the time to do it, because we need somebody who's an outside objective voice, you know, like say our auditor. But I think we prefer to hire fewer consultants and just have, you know, in-house staff if we can do so. So I am personally against trying to cut staff because I think it makes us less efficient, and because we've been understaffed for a long time, and I really think that we should maintain, and maybe we should have a written policy, but I think having a work from home policy is extremely important for retaining staff.
Thank you, everybody, for your comments. I definitely 100% see it differently. There's not that many business owners in town who have to work with less money and less staff. The best job, everyone knows, in this town is at town hall. So when I hear you saying that people are underpaid and this and that, compared to who? Compared to the citizens that live in town? Compared to the business owners that are downtown, that are working?
The point is that they go somewhere else.
Hold on, I didn't interrupt you, I appreciate that. The ones that contribute, you know, help work together to put $1 million worth of revenues back into the town. So, you know, by the way, town hall is still open up. It's still closed Fridays, by the way. Yes, of course. Here's the thing. There's a big discrepancy between what the government workers are thinking they're doing versus what Main Street is doing. And let me tell you, we work 3 times longer for less money, and when you tell me that town hall is underpaid and overworked, it's literally laughable. I'm sorry, but that's the truth. That's what a common person who lives, runs their home with less money, with PG going up, everything goes up, and income stays stagnant or whatever, everything goes up. And that's why so many people downtown are struggling. And I guess I'm supporting them. That's my viewpoint. I run small businesses. I know exactly what's going on down there. And for the town not to be able to respond and do the same, which I said I would support the sales tax. I said I would support the increased sales tax. But it has to come
You
with better
did?
fiscal. I did. I said with the caveat that we roll up our sleeves and run the town better. We never used to have offices there. We never
I
used to
am
have
happy
so many
to
cubicles.
accommodate a deep dive into understanding what roles are open, what those roles are intended to deliver, and understanding where you want to cut. But I'm not going to have this, quid pro quo. If I agree to 1%, we're cutting staff. We have to do that in a disciplined fashion where we really understand where the vacancies are and where you think it makes sense to cut, and then we have to decide from there. We don't have that today. So, I am happy to agree to that exercise, Mike, but we're at a point where we need to make a decision. We have a lot more to get through this afternoon. I would like to hear that we have your support on the 1%.
I would like to hear that the council members have support me on trying to reduce spending in this town.
I'd like to actually also.
Because I don't think they really have it in them to do that.
I'd like to.
Okay, but hold on, Lisa, I'm trying to fine tune,
Yeah,
because
okay.
Mike, I'm gonna try to apply
I want to hear from Franklin.
some of the lessons that we did earlier today. Like, I hear you, and I don't think you know this about me, but I am actually very fiscally conservative, okay? I spent 22 years in financial services where we would get our hands slapped if we were off forecast by 0.0001%. So I get it, and you're comparing apples to oranges in terms of public sector, private sector, and we're not gonna get into that, but I want you to know that I totally appreciate and respect your mindset around work ethic, around the hardships of the small business owners. Costs are going up for everybody. All the more reason why the town needs to get to 1% to keep our town running. Now, if you want to go do a deep dive at the fiscal planning session on how we're spending and where we're spending and where we can cut, but I can't just blanket respond to you and say, yes, we will reduce our spending. It's just
Well,
not.
but when I asked,
I've been trying to say the same thing you're saying, so I would like to hear more from whoever can tell us more about what happens if we lose that 1/4% to another agency. So how likely is that? How does that work?
Well, I just want to.
So can I just finish?
We
Just
already
let me-
know
can I just
the
finish?
county is planning on another sales tax.
Okay, so I just wanted to reiterate the point, right, that we may want to be super, worried about 1/4 cent more that somebody from out of town might pay to buy a hamburger here or something, but we might lose that to somebody else. That's the thing that concerns me, so then we would have this foregone opportunity, because I think as Councilmember Egger mentioned, and as Councilmember Kohler mentioned, there are people who are sort of eager to get that other 1%, a 1/4% about a cent that we won't get.
Yes, I run a small business. I'm struggling. President Trump has put tariffs on my French oak barrels and my all-natural corks that I get from Portugal. My costs have gone up, but I have not been able to increase the price of my wine. Flat out. At a certain point that it's as high as I can go. So I'm eating the tariffs that put on my French oak barrels and my corks in Portugal. We have a current vacancy in the planning department. We have we have 4 planners, now we have 3 planners. I would support not filling that position right now. I'd support actually moving some of those funds for that position. I don't know, it's probably $100,000 by the time you figure salary and benefits. Moving that $100,000 into some street work. Maybe it's half of Bleeders Road with a portion of the quarter center we can pick up. There's ways we could get this done and not impact people who are working. I'd like to see additional people go up into public works. You know, our biggest need in town right now is public works department, but I'd start by not filling that planning position and using those funds for streets, either adding a public works person or doing more street paving downtown. It's you know, it's not that someone's going to be let go, it's someone has retired and we may not fill that position. We added a police officer position to cover that midnight shift. We've added a firefighter to each engine, at least 2 of the engines in Fairfax and Main Station, San Anselmo. So our costs are going up. But Mike's concerned about staffing in town hall. Well, we do have an opportunity now not to fill that planning position and saving probably at least $100,000. So that's, you know, I think that's workable.
The consequences, like, I mean, I've met with the head planner who's been here for 39 years.
No, I'm talking about the person that's been here for 7 years and just
I wasn't
retired.
finished. I wasn't finished with what I was saying. If we don't fill that role, she's at risk of walking out the door like tomorrow. Because she is so overworked as it
Well,
is.
who are you talking about?
I'm talking about Linda.
Linda, the planner that left was the one that was working for doing
Frank, respectfully, you're not understanding me.
That's not.
That's not
Listen to me. Can you listen to me? There's an open role who is carrying quite a bit of workload, which is now falling onto Linda. And that person was the successor. She was supposed to be in line to be the successor to Linda.
She retired.
I know.
Yeah.
You're gonna have to hire someone anyway to replace Linda.
So her work,
I think we're operating with just like a deficit of the value of these staff members. She's got 40 years walking out the door out of disgust, frankly, that we don't see the value of Cara and her. So it is.
That's not the issue, it's the person that's retired, I've been working here 7 years. You may say no, I say yes, so there's a disagreement, there you go.
And I also just want to mention in terms of the value of laying off staffers and this discussion about Bleeders Road, the quotes we got on fixing Bleeders Road are in the millions. So $100,000 wouldn't yield us very much repair for like 20 years. I mean, it's going to be,
Good luck.
it's going to be millions and millions more if we let it go longer. So I think the main issue is that I'm not sure what that's going to buy us in terms of the amount of money it costs to fix the road, particularly at Bleeders Road.
So
By the way, with all due respect, I don't think you've ever had to run a business before. These are the kind of decisions that need to be made. You save $100,000, don't say that's insignificant, that's a lot of money.
It's not
Over
a block.
10 years, it's $1 million.
It's not even a block, though.
It's not even a block.
That's not the
And I think
point.
you don't understand the scale of the need.
I do, thank you.
Go ahead, Heather.
Thank you, Mayor. So this has been a really interesting discussion. I think this is a complex issue, right? But what I heard was general agreement that the sales tax needs to be renewed. And I even heard that all 5 members would be willing to vote that it's a fiscal emergency and that it should go on the June ballot at 1% if Mike feels comfortable that there's, tell me if I'm wrong, significant review of town costs and where you might want to recommend cuts. I want to let you know that I have already met with our staff, department heads, about creating the budget. And as you know, the first step on the staff level is to create for each department or each fund what they think they will need for the next year. Not inflated, just, you know, here's the projects, here's the things that we need to do. Assuming the same staff levels. And then I instructed them, take that budget, and I know this is painful. It is certainly painful for me, and it is painful for them, and it is probably painful for you all because you care about the services of the town. But take that budget and cut it by 10%. That's roughly what we would need to cut if this is not passed. And I will be able to present that to you, not before you vote on whether this is a fiscal emergency and it should be at 1%, but before the public votes, because that's where our budget process comes in. So we have put out, I believe already to the council, a potential date for the first workshop, for budget workshop, which is a similar format, but really delving into the numbers. For, I believe we said April 3rd. So it's not.
I never received that.
No, we only talked to this.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I'm sorry, we only talked to the staff. We're not quite there yet. Sorry. Oh, yeah, thank you. Okay. Well, yeah, we need them available. You know, don't get too hung up on that specific date, but what I'm trying to convey is pretty quickly we can bring you some scenarios where you can see what the impact of that is. And also I want to remind you that you have the option of the AB. So Mike, if you are in the notion to vote for the fiscal emergency 1%, with the A portion being we're going to do this, this, and this, and the B portion being that in June 1%. Then as Frank said, another agency can't come in and take that from the town and use it regionally, not within the town. If that's helpful as a strategy, I want to put that out.
So my strategy is to support taking the 1%, but if we're going to call something a fiscal emergency, right, that's what we're calling it? Yeah. So we also need to cut, I'm not sure, I know many ways to do it, but you know, really, I'm not actually running the town. I'm sitting on the board, basically. And I think that the message is, you look at it and you come in, like you just said, you might have actually said you're going to, come in and show us the recommended cuts and how much that equals in dollars. And let's move forward. I'm ready to move forward. But I want to make sure that we understand that we're going to be saving some money in reductions too. That's what a fiscal emergency demands: two things. One, some more money, and two, spending less.
Okay, hold on. We need to qualify the fiscal emergency. The fiscal emergency would be because if we don't pass the tax, that would constitute the fiscal emergency, right? It's not that, and Todd, if you're capturing me right now, the town is not in a fiscal emergency as we sit here today. We are in outstanding form. So I don't want that narrative to get out there. It probably will. I can't control it. The fiscal emergency is, should we not have the sales revenue? That's the fiscal, okay? So I want to clarify, we're all on the same page on that. What I heard Heather say is, okay, town staff, town directors, give me your proposed budget for the next year. That's version A. Version B, slash it by 10%. The 10% cut is not a recommended, it's like, what would that look like? And what would we not be able to deliver as a result of less than 10% funds? But I don't want to mince words here, it's not what staff's recommending, because they know they're frankly understaffed today. So we're not going to be able to do the Meadowway bridges, we're not going to be able to do the storm, project, we're not going to be able to, it's going to have impacts. You can't cut staff and expect that we're going to be able to deliver on these critical projects. So, and those are hard decisions, this is business, right? So let's just be on the same page that we are not in a fiscal emergency. The emergency would be if the sales revenue goes away, which nobody wants. So I think we've beaten this horse to death, and I'm hearing, and I'd like to see a show of hands for a June ballot, general tax, 1%. AB will offer that the intention to the voters is that we would use it for roads, police, and fire. Is there anything else that we need to capture for a staff report?
No.
Okay, can I see a show of hands for that, please? Can I see a show of hands?
I'm not in agreement that this isn't a fiscal emergency, but I will support the tax.
So you don't agree that it's a fiscal emergency?
No, I don't agree that it's not a fiscal emergency. If you're going to call it a fiscal emergency.
But it's just required by law, so
Yeah,
it's
so-
just required by law.
so
Okay, so
Well,
I
no,
see Barbara's hand, my hand, I see Liesel's hand, Frank's hand. Mike, can I see your hand?
are we in agreement? We're in agreement that we're going to be looking at this and making some cuts?
No, we're in it. Mike, I just told you, at the fiscal planning session, we're gonna have budgets put before us, and we can talk about what version A or version B looks like, and we can proceed from there. But at this point, we have no numbers, or no staffing, no projects that would be at risk if we don't put the funding behind them. So we can't just say, oh yeah, I'm gonna do cuts. There's no proposal before us.
That is how it's done, but yeah,
No, it's not.
it is.
Okay, let me just say this, I'm talking about that vacant planning position. We're down to 3 planners. I didn't know we had 4 planners, actually. I never knew that. I thought we had 3 planners, Philip, and Linda, and the planning director. I really didn't know we had 4 planners.
Can I see, Mike, can I see your hand, because I'm really uncomfortable with
I'm not
you
going
not
to
raising.
put my hand up, but I'm going to agree to the tax.
Can you
but
put your microphone on, please?
I will agree to the tax, but.
At 1%.
At 1%, but.
In June.
But a caveat is that we're going to do, and we're going to look and go through with a fine tooth comb.
Absolutely.
Our budget and make cuts. What that number is.
Commit to looking at cuts.
We're not gonna, you have to have the mindset. If you don't have the mindset that you're gonna do it, you're not gonna do it. You're just gonna justify every penny that you're spending. You have to make a mindset to do that. I'm gonna leave it there. I'm gonna still support the tax.
I'm
But
committed
I'm
to
telling
looking
you
at
that,
cuts.
this is an important way. I've used this word before, mindset. You wanna accomplish something, you have to put your mind to it that you're gonna accomplish that. So I will support the tax, but I sure hope when it comes time to, make harder decisions, that we're ready to do them.
Okay, appreciate everyone's input. Does staff have what they need? Okay, thank you.
By the way, I think the public will appreciate the fact that we're not just asking for more money, but we're talking about we're gonna trim some at the other end as well.
We're not committing to trimming, we're committing to looking at and uncovering every stone and being as efficient as possible. Thank you.
If I just make a quick comment. The sales tax that's generated, a lot of it comes from visitors. And I actually think that the chamber should get a portion of that 1/4% increase to help promote our town and bring in more people. not 2,000, it's probably maybe 10% of the 300,000, maybe it's $30,000, but we need to really bump up the chamber's work.
And I think that's why we asked for a plan from the chamber to really figure out what makes sense.
Yeah, I like that idea a lot, and I also say if we make any cuts, we really need some justification as to why that is and why there is a perception that somehow it's not efficient. That there has to be a real proven reason for me to move forward. But I really like the idea of us being able to boost economic vitality as a part of this proposed sales tax.
I just want to say, with that deep dive we're going to do, we probably need a longer budget session on whatever day it comes out. Thank you.
Well, we've got a March 6th deadline here to get on this ballot. I mean, we meet in March, what, the 15th? When do we meet in March? Is it-
No, we're meeting on March 4th.
Oh, we're meeting March.
It's April 15th is what you're thinking of, is the April date. But the budget workshop is.
Okay, March 4th, it'll be early, so we could make that March 6th deadline for
Right,
the regular meeting on the 4th.
right. I love that.
Yeah, can I just confirm what I heard? Okay. General tax, June ballot, 5-0 fiscal emergency, AV measure, advisory measure for police, fire, DPW, and roads. Did I hear that right?
I think that's what I heard, and, I think you want to say repaving roads. I mean, let's keep it simple, not these words that people don't understand.
Well, that's shorthand for me, we're writing this up. That's
Okay, but if you write DPW, we
I
won't
won't,
like it.
I won't like it, I don't realize that, Barbara. But that's what we're going for, an AV measure as well?
Yeah.
Okay.
So if I can just, yeah, I appreciate Janet taking that down, and I've taken notes as well. So this will start us, particularly Janet's shop as the attorney, to put together what we will need to approve on March 4th. And then because, we're going for this June ballot, I won't be bringing forward surveying or communications team. And just a reminder, which is that the town staff cannot campaign for a measure. It is upon the council and the community members who value the service to do that.
In their individual capacity.
Right, in their individual capacity. So I just want to make that clear, to whatever extent we can put out only factual information, we can do that, but only that. So I think, if you went to your last slide, we determined that your preferred tax structure and rate, you directed staff to develop the ballot language, and we are planning to bring that back on the March 4th regular agenda. And then our clerk's office will work with county elections to make sure that gets on the ballot. And then we will also work on what information, public information we can get out and in what timeline, because it's pretty close. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I know that was a lot. Appreciate everybody's engagement, and thank you for preparing this.
Mayor, do you want to take a break and then we can go back to some of the other topics?
Can we go get a drink at Max?
We had to cut back our hours, so you have to wait a couple hours.
Yes.
So during our little break, Janet was talking to me about the need to fill that vacant position down there. And I can tell you, in my day job when I was supervisor, and we had a vacancy, there were times, for a couple of months, I ran 2 jobs, my supervisorial job and a vacant regular job. So, when times are tough, maybe supervisors and they take on more of the job.
Okay, Heather, or Christine, take it away.
Thank you. So these are your established 5 to 10 year priorities. And I just wanted to check in here and see if there were any changes. These are obviously general overarching goals meant to guide us, the staff, about what projects we bring to you.
The problem is the devil's in the details. You can put all the great,
Yeah, these are like guiding, overarching, yes. Yeah, yeah, the specifics fall beneath them.
they're actually almost meaningless, see it up there.
Okay, well, I
So
think
specific.
maybe we move on from this, and if we ever want to revisit these or a mission statement, those kinds of things, we can do that on a different day. So Christine, so bringing back to this slide, again, talking points, and then what we want to hear is specifics from you. And I want to really delve into some of the policy updates that we anticipate for the next year. So the tree committee has asked to look at updating the tree ordinance. And as you know, the tree ordinance protects most trees in Fairfax. The town's consulting arborist, Ray Moritz, has said that he thought the tree ordinance was a bit out of date and needed to be modernized. And I have also received a number of inputs from our firefighting community about their recommendations for veg management, you know, when you get your property inspection for D-space. And so what I have suggested to the tree committee is that they have a number of presentations from the firefighting community, from Ray, and that they develop a list, a bullet point list of how they'd like to see the tree ordinance changed. And then, of course, you know, we would take it in to legal to make sure that we are getting the legal language correct for what they want to do and bring it to council. It's going to take some time, and I have identified actually our climate action coordinator for kind of working together with the tree committee, and the climate action committee is interested in working on this ordinance as well. So I wanted to bring that up because tree ordinances can be very personal for people, very controversial at times. And so if this is a project that you want your staff to be working on, then that's good news. And if you do not want to see this, I need to know so that I don't spin up a project there.
I think it's a good idea. I mean, Ray mentioned to me a while ago that it really needed updating. I think it is going to be controversial because of what fire might want. I would also suggest that there's some coordination with Marin Wildfire. But I think it's a good project to work on because it is out of date. And it doesn't mean that we want to cut down all trees, but we want to make it up to date.
Any other council members have?
No, but as you speak to the tree committee, could you let them know we've got concerns about accessibility to their meetings, and we want minutes, and we just want a little bit more transparency into their meetings?
Yes,
That's
absolutely.
coming from the public.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, well, that was great. Good job. So the Fairfax Open Space Committee, it has expressed interest in updating the open space element. It is an element of the general plan. The general plan for Fairfax is actually quite fresh compared to other jurisdictions. I know San Anselmo is working on their general plan, or yes, on their general plan. And it's been, I don't know, 40 years, I think?
40 years.
Yeah, thank you. So, and just as a sort of background reminder, it's my understanding, Janet will correct me if I'm wrong, that the only element, the only part of general plan that must be updated because you will be fined or get into legal trouble is the housing element, which you're compliant with. So there are quote-unquote deadlines to update the open space element, but they're rather soft. So assuming that you're interested in having us pursue that, the plan was to have the Fairfax Open Space Committee looking at other jurisdictions nearby that may have updated their open space element recently, and again, bullet points of what they'd like to see changed. There would be some interaction with our planning staff to be able to get that done. I have talked to Brenda McKillop, who is currently working on the BPAC, and I thought did a great job of putting together the timeline and community outreach plan for the BPAC to do something similar for the open space element update. If you want to work on that, because it does take, it'll take not only your appointed committee members some time, but also, some staff resources and potentially a small amount of consulting if needed. So I just wanted to put that out there and find out what your priority level was on that.
My priority would not be to update the element itself right now. We still have plenty of time. Rather than diving into something which I think is complex and time-consuming for everyone, I would suggest that you just have the FOSC really clarify what is the points they're interested in, rather than starting on this wholesale kind of redo when we still have several years left. And I know Mimi Newton, who was the chair of Open Space, worked on that extensively. I worked on it some when I was still back at FOSC. I just think I think it would be better to hear what the issues are they want to address before you embark on a full wholesale change.
So I'm a person who's talked to various people about this, and I mean, one of the things that I just see in this town is, we had for a while a real problem with volunteer engagement, and right now we have 3 very engaged groups, which is the CAC, I could be wrong about Parks and Rec, but the CAC, BPAC, and the Open Space Committee, and they're super strong, and they're super excited, and the Open Space Committee is really excited about this, and wanted to do as much work of it as they could on their own, which I thought was, really wonderful and proactive. And again, this is one of the sorts of things that we can do when we have enough planning staff, right? They're helping the community get something they really want out of it. And my understanding was that the update very much focused around accessibility and inclusion, which I think are important things, especially as we procure more open space. And so I'd be very excited to see this move forward if we can swing it.
And can I just, so Frank and I attended the last FOSC meeting, and I concur with Lisa that there's a handful of really, really enthusiastic, energetic, and have relevant skills related to this. And I don't think we need to make a mountain out of a molehill. So they're very willing to do the heavy lifting. They're very willing to redline. And I am not in favor of hiring a consultant. That's not at all what I want to do. But I just think we let them work with Bren, come up with a recommendation, and then implement or put it through the process when it makes sense. But I don't think we should make a bigger deal of this than it needs to be.
I bring it, I had the planning director work full-time from town hall 5 days a week and take on some of these responsibilities.
This is, get this slide out, it's probably not exactly what you guys are talking about, but it's a public policy type thing, town goals, I think. But our town public meetings, I think they need to, I'd love to still have them in at 10, by the way, but we need to have some real stuff in front of the public. I mean, the last few meetings have been very insignificant, you might say, in a lot of ways. You know, just not a lot going on, from what I can tell. But also, I think that attending our meetings should be department managers or directors, I'm sure the titles. And they need to be in these meetings so we can, might need to ask them a question. During the meeting, the public might have something to say. But I never seen these meetings before where it's so sparse. And I think it's part of their job to come to meetings and address public, they're called town, they're public meetings, and the people who pay their way, the public, they need to be there for them. So I would like to see our town hall meetings, our public meetings attended by department heads. So we see the chief here, we see the planning director here, we see different people here.
Okay, what about, do you have anything to say about the open space?
Pull us back onto the
No,
topic.
I had to throw that in there. I'm sorry.
But thanks.
Okay, we're a little bit split here, I'm not really sure, so I'm gonna ask for a show of hands. Do we want resources, do we want the FOSC, Fairfax Open Space Subcommittee, working with Bryn McCullough on staff to support changes to the open space element? Please raise your hand. Okay, that does not pass. Okay, all right. Frank is liaison, we need to pass that back to the Fairfax Open Space Committee, that we didn't have support from council. Thank you.
Yeah, you know, we have a full-time planning director, and I think that person can provide some assistance to our boards and commissions, more than is being done now.
But you're voting against allocating any staff time towards updating the open space element, right?
Well, I think if we can get a start with the open space committee, and get pretty specific, and then turn it over to the planning director.
So that sounds like a vote to actually have the open space element updated. You're just quibbling out which staff member on the planning staff should do it, but it sounds like you're willing to have a staff member work on it with the open space committee.
Public Works, the planning director. I don't think we can afford to have the planning director work from home. I think they've got to.
Okay, so you'd like a higher paid staff member, like the planning director work on it than an associate planner. That's what it sounds like. And it's interesting to me because it sounds like we're quibbling about the details of who ends up working on this open space plan that is deeply desired by the open space committee, because what we don't want to have the associate planner work on it, we want to have the planning director work on it. Right?
So Frank, you're standing behind you, or you're insisting that Jeff should do it, and you're not okay with somebody on his staff working with FOSC?
Well, if the vacancy is not filled with the planning staff, the director's going to take on additional responsibility.
I don't think it's our job to dictate who does what. I mean, Bryn McCullough works for Jeff, and Jeff can explain more about what he does in his very, very busy day. But I don't feel like it's our jobs to tell staff members how what's on their plate.
And I also just don't think it's efficient, like I wouldn't have our associate director of research, do data entry or write preliminary research reports. I'd probably have someone, you know, more like an analyst do that,
Can I
so.
bring this back? I think we're arguing for no reason.
Well, I think we are, yeah.
Okay, let me just say this, is that I think the question was this. I voted no. Do you want forget who's working on it from staff. Do you want the open space element to be worked on by Fairfax Open Space Committee, period? And then it does take some staff resources, but forgetting about who that is, do you want that? I say no, I don't think it's the time for it, and even though I've seen some excitement out of FOSS, I see Mark Ardito all the time. Some people get really excited and then they drop the ball. So the question is, you are the liaison, Frank. Both Mike and I did not vote yes. Do you want them to work on that?
So is this a state mandated action?
No, it's not. It's just, they're just interested in doing it. Remember, we have until 2032. Our general plan is good for 20 years, and Lou signed it in 2012. So it's not required that you do this, and that's why I suggested, rather than marking up the element, that you just ask FOSS what are the issues that they'd like to see addressed, and maybe you can address that a different way.
And they were concerned only because, although they said they knew.
Why don't we let Frank answer, he's the
Wait, can I
liaison.
just finish for a second? Okay. So part of the concern about it and not being a state mandate is that there was this sort of paper deadline of January 2026, and they acknowledged to me when they reached out to me that they knew that they didn't have to have it done by then, but that was ideal, and that's why they were thinking it would be a nice time to start working on it, that's all.
So the issue is, everyone just has to understand the fiscal constraints that we're under here, flat out. That means we're gonna have to pick and choose what we actually can get accomplished this coming year. And we don't have the planning staff
All right, let's
there
move on.
right now to take that on.
Let's move
Oh,
on.
that sounds good.
Do you need to take it back to?
Yeah, take it back
Open Space
to,
Committee and tell them.
you'll take it back to them, Frank? Okay, thank you. Let's move on. We've got a lot to discuss.
What's next, police?
Yeah, so, and there are a couple of other things that I'll mention here, but, Fairfax is the one jurisdiction within Marin County that does not use tasers. It has been historically that the town has not wanted to give them that equipment. And I'm not going to get into, too much pros and cons. There are pros and cons to that equipment, but that is something that I am anticipating either the police department or potentially the police labor group may bring forward that they want to talk about. So I wanted to get a sense, because I think that's potentially controversial, of whether you want to work on that in the next year, or if that's a, hard no changes. I would like to understand that from you so that I can discuss with them, whether we're going to bring this forward or not as an option to talk about with the council.
I don't think, I guess I just want to say, I don't think we have to work on it. I think your question is there generally support for at least hearing from the chief as to why he thinks it's important to bring a taser policy? But the council wouldn't be working on this, planning staff wouldn't be working on it. He would come, and you want to get a sense if the council is a hard no, we don't want to hear about it, or we're interested in hearing about it.
Well put, do you want to hear about this in
I
one of
would
your
be
meetings?
interested in hearing about it.
That's two.
Anyone else?
I agree.
So I've never supported tasers for specific reasons. I won't support it in Fairfax. I didn't support it in Marin County. I would support tasers statewide. I've seen the numbers of how many people die from police officers using tasers. It happens.
So I hear you, and I understand you wouldn't support it, you're not planning on it. My question is around hearing about it in a council meeting.
Well, you know, over the years, the reason Fairfax had white patrol cars is because the town council said, we're gonna have white patrol cars, and I notice now we have a black and white, going back to a black and white patrol vehicle. So does it make any difference what the town council thinks about things, or how does that, who determines those policies? The color of the police vehicles, whether or not they carry tasers, etc.
I think I would just say, Frank, there's a cost associated with them. So if the chief brought it to the council, you made it clear, you're not interested in supporting tasers, but there is a cost associated with it. So if the chief were to bring it, he would bring it at that time associated with what the cost is. And are you interested in at least hearing about it, or are you saying hard no, I don't even want to hear about it? It's a no for me. I think Mike has his hand up.
Yeah, is the chief is the one that wants to bring this to us?
I know he's mentioned it to me, but I think Labor also is interested, the POA.
I would agree.
I don't have a problem with hearing about it. I couldn't put 5 sentences together about tasers, so I mean, I'm happy to listen and learn. I'm not real excited about it, but if our chief of police and the labor union wants to have time to share, I'm fine with that.
Okay. I appreciate that. At times we've heard from the Planning Commission that they are interested in a potential update to the safety element. You passed a safety element update just to be able to be in compliance with the various requirements of the new housing law. I think, I'm only guessing now, but I think that perhaps the Planning Commission imagines that an update to the safety element would allow restrictions on development, and that's not the case. But I would like to know, whether you would be interested in looking again at the safety element, which this council just passed less than a year ago.
So we can update it every 6 months if we want, right? You can update it continuously. And I guess one of the questions I have is, do they have a clear plan right now about like what they think they could legally change? Or is this just kind of speculative, like if given the go-ahead, they'd start researching whether there was anything they could change?
I believe it's clearly speculative, and I believe that the goal is to kind of backdoor development restrictions, which is not, it's unfortunately or fortunately, whatever you want to say, the safety element isn't a vehicle that can be used in that way.
I tend to think not to do work that is not, if there's not an actual reason to do it.
I'm in agreement with Mike.
Sam? Okay, thank you.
Well, on the safety element, I voted against that proposal we have in Diet and Boccia. I know both of the lawyers that sued the county of Sonoma, and Diet and Boccia have prepared their safety element, and they defeated it. The judge threw it out in Sonoma County Superior Court. Our safety element was very similar to what they did for the Sonoma Developmental Center. Totally insufficient. And in fact, if we have a major fire and there are losses of lives here, we're going to be sued for wrongful death. Let me tell you, it's happening in Los Angeles. I track it daily. I know exactly what's going on down there. LA's being sued, 5 public agencies, state agencies are being sued over fires that happened down there at Pacific Palisades and Altadena. And so this safety element we have is not really a safety element at all. This town's going to burn it.
Thank you, Frank. Okay, what's up next? Oh,
Are you suggesting that the
you know,
I'm just curious, because I didn't hear you actually say that, or say what you said, but that wasn't the question. The question is, who we want them working on.
I can send them a sample safety element that was written. It cost, I think, the plaintiffs in that lawsuit up there at Sonoma Developmental Center paid a lot of money for the safety element. But it was a firm who did a job that said, Diane Botcha said it would add minutes to evacuating Glen Ellen and those areas. And it turns out the outfit that did a safety element was commissioned by the communities, by the nonprofits up there. So it'll take 9 hours to evacuate those towns. We're going to be in the same position here in Fairfax. We're not going to get folks out in a major wildland fire. And we need a real safety element. And I've got some examples I could send to them. Maybe I'll just...
Yeah, I think that's a great idea. Well, and if you have the cost, that it was, because if we needed to do this, you need to have the cost of having it completely rewritten, if that's what you're suggesting. And if they went to a different consultant, then it would be really good for us to know how much they spent on the consultant for rewriting it. I mean, I'm not super interested in reopening what seems to be a can of worms that don't go anywhere, but, you know, if there's specific examples of how much it cost and what they did to make it different, you know, that's interesting.
Thank you. I think we have a plan forward with communication there, and so I have two more. One is Dark Sky, and the Planning Commission has heard about Dark Sky also. That was something that the planning commissioners, several of them were very interested in. But on this council, I heard some being not interested in a dark sky ordinance. So that would be helpful for me to know if you want me to continue to progress that program or if you'd like us to stop.
I mean,
I don't want a lot of commentary. If you don't know what it is, then maybe ask what it is, but it would be great to just have a show of hands right now. If you're interested, yes, please raise your hand.
And I'm just going to say I'm interested because I constantly get people coming up to me in the public and saying they really want us to have a dark sky ordinance, but some of the lighting around town is driving them crazy, and maybe they have an over ambitious idea of what a dark sky ordinance could be, but I do hear about it a lot from the public.
Okay, sounds like we only have two.
Okay, the last one that I want to...
Excuse me, before you jump up. Are we finished with the police department?
Yes.
You know, just one of the issues that I see is enforcement. I think we need better enforcement, especially on St. Francis Drake Boulevard. There are cities that are having the California Highway Patrol come in and provide enforcement to traffic laws in certain parts of their communities. You know, if we can't handle slowing the traffic down on St. Francis Drake, perhaps the California Highway Patrol could come in and help assist our police department in enforcing speed limits there. We've had 2 accidents on Drake in the crosswalks. I don't know if speed was part of it, but as a council, we don't get reports on what caused those accidents. We had that major accident down here at Bolinas and Broadway. I think we've got to really increase our enforcement. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. I just wanted a little, because now I am a little unclear. It sounds like we have decided that we're not going to update the open space element and use staff time for that. It sounds like we are or we aren't going to have a discussion about tasers. I was very unclear about that. Safety element, likewise, I'm not clear what we're saying we're doing with that. I'm very clear that we're saying no to dark sky, which I thought was a goal of the council a year or so ago, so that's okay. But just those 2, I just want to get some feedback.
So we had on the tasers that there were 3 or 4 of us interested in hearing about it, so that's done. And as far as the dark sky ordinance, I know our mayor didn't want to hear much about it, but there's a real limit on safety versus dark sky. I was just in Mexico where they have real dark sky, which has lights down at the ground. If a car came by fast, you wouldn't see it. So I think there's a limit on what you do with dark sky. I'd like to see that the planning commission continue to discuss it, but with a realistic eye to safety.
Okay, because I did look up what I think Santa Monica has done, which is, or another coastal city that was very ambitious, that was really interesting. Okay, so we're not going to do dark sky, and we're going to hear tasers, right? So that's it, and then safety element, what are we doing with safety element?
That was a no.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so I wanted to touch on formula business ordinance. As you know, Fairfax has a formula business ordinance which is unenforceable due to current law. And this has been something that members of the public, Planning Commission, and members of the council have asked to update. And we discussed that current law limits what a formula business ordinance can do in terms of it cannot be at what Fairfax was before, which was 0.
It actually wasn't 0. It made it hard to make findings to support a formula business, even at that time, because I asked for it after the Chevron debacle. And so it made it hard to make findings to support a formula business. It wasn't a total no.
Okay.
Prior to CUP, which was not allowed in case law.
Yeah. So as you know, this is the formula. The idea behind the formula business ordinance is to preserve Fairfax's uniqueness, and then. So planning staff has brought a study session, and there is a public hearing scheduled on updating the formula business ordinance. And they have included not only updating it to be, frankly, as restrictive as they think is legally defensible, but also to consider making it so that there would be no new drive-throughs. And as you know, Starbucks has announced that they don't want to open any locations without a drive-through, as an example. So that could be very helpful. We do have planned, I'm reading through Christine's text of information that'll go into the newsletter to make sure that people can go to that public hearing. So what I want from the council is really a sense of knowing that we can update the formula business ordinance, but it can not be as restrictive as it has been. And if we don't update it at all, we can't enforce it, and we're open to whatever may come.
I think we need to update it and see. We know that it can't be a hard no, but let's see where it's at. And I think it's been several years since we know that it's unenforceable. So let's do it. And even if we may not like that it doesn't do everything we want it to do, at least we would have something more enforceable than what we have now, which is not.
So I did, we updated the ordinance, and it's at Planning Commission right now. They're looking at it. They have several comments about it. There are there's at least one zone where they want to take it down to 0, which I don't think is really something we can do. But the major problem is that it requires a CUP, and you cannot require a CUP as far as formula businesses are concerned, because conditional use permits run with the land, not with the business. And so we fixed that, and Planning Commission has done one study session, and they're going to look at it again. I think it's next Thursday night on the 19th, right? And so they are going to have some recommendations. We're trying to get them to just make recommendations and let it go on and come up to council so that you can look at it and decide what you think about it. And then it will be accompanied by recommendations from the planning commission.
I mean, I think we have to hear the community, a lot of community members have been asking about it, and the planning commission's already part of the way through its process.
Right.
So I think we have to hear about it. That hearing about it doesn't mean we have to approve it, right? I mean, it just means we are open to the discussion. And, you know, I will be really interested to know some details about it, like, you know, where can things really push things outside of downtown, et cetera, et cetera. That's for another day, right? We don't have to discuss that now. I'm willing to hear about it and consider it and have a whole bunch of questions when it comes to parks. So not now, but when it comes to parks.
But can I just clarify my question about the CUP? Are you saying the planning commission wants to impose that and you're saying it's not?
No, that was in our original.
Oh,
ordinance.
okay, got it.
That was one of the major problems with the original ordinance,
Mhm.
according to case law.
But was there an appellate court, district court of appeals decision that,
It's the Malibu case, the Cross Creek case. I can get it for you if you'd like to see
could
it.
you email me that decision?
Yeah.
Does it prevent Formula high rises from going in?
I'll be smart.
It's a business, isn't it?
So, you don't buy 10-story Starbucks?
I appreciate the
They're in the
discussion
apartment
because
business.
this is going to be, you know, it's gonna be a difficult discussion. And I have heard that, you know, people are, Todd, are you listening? Lying on social media and saying that the town manager is trying to bring formula businesses here. That is not the case. This ordinance that we currently have does not allow us to do any enforcement, and that is something that the community, the planning commission, and council members have asked us to work on to make it better. It's not going to be what it used to be. Unfortunately, the law does not allow us to do that.
Can I just summarize that back? The intent of this is so we actually have a policy, because the policy today is completely unenforceable and non-defensible. So when we say we're going to work on it, it is not to like green light Starbucks and Barnes and Noble and whatever. It's quite the contrary. It's to actually have something because for all intents and purposes, we don't have anything today.
Correct.
I have a question.
So if you could just-
If you can't prevent them from coming in right now, what can you do to what? Soften the blow? What is the goal?
Zoning.
No, you can limit the number. It's just that you can't use the vehicle that was used in the current ordinance, or that is used in the current
Limit the
ordinance.
number of chain stores in Fairfax in total?
I'm sorry? What did you say?
He said change.
You said limit the number.
Yes, you can. You can in
So you
different
can say we're
zones.
not gonna have more than 10 different chain stores.
Well, you have it per zone, right? And how you define formula business.
So you can zone, you could allow for them.
Can you make sure we don't get any pizza chains, please? That's all I ask.
No conflict of interest there.
I will step off the podium. Thank you.
No conflict of interest whatsoever.
Yeah, it's really, also if you want to see what's there right now, the planning commission had heard their first whack at this. When was it? It was like earlier this year. January, so there's a whole, it's been videotaped and they have the staff report and it's kind of complex and it's really interesting. And I think it's worth, I found it worth reviewing. I'll probably watch it a second time, but then of course, maybe I don't need to because we've got a coming meeting on the 9th. But
Okay, so this will be an interesting conversation when it comes up. Can we proceed? Sounds like we've got uniform support.
Thank you, appreciate that. And then this last one, infrastructure planning, you know, these are, again, general statements, road improvement, prioritizing road improvements and town facility investments. So as you may recall, we have done in the past 5-year road plans, so we're operating under that based on not having a bond measure passed. So we're continuing with that. And then if you recall last year, we started a town facility assessment, and that report will come forward, and so that'll be an opportunity for the council to consider, making a plan for. Any number of facility investments, you heard, former Mayor Bruce Ackerman talk about the pavilion specifically. If it's not already obvious, Fairfax facilities in general are in significant need of significant restoration. And I'll just leave it at that. If you have any comments or, any direction for me there.
My comments on the roads, it's we don't need a consultant to tell us Francis Drake Boulevard, Center Boulevard, or Bolinas Road should be our top 3 priorities for roads.
I do have something to ask and add. I just want to make sure that there's no stones unturned on, like for instance, they'll be tearing up Bolinas Road, and Frank had mentioned, and I think I heard this before from you guys, that will the guys tear them apart? Is it the water district?
Yes, it's the water
They
district.
only plan on paving, one half of the road. I think that somehow that seems wrong. It seems like the road, both sides need to match. And, but whatever the rules are, I had town staff member, Mark Lockerbie, who said, can we look into and bring up, please, all these monsters, and I mentioned this once before, but the monster trucks that go up to Bolinas working on, county roads, possibly other infrastructure needs, and they just do so much, there's so much impact on our roads that I'm just wondering where there just seems to be some monies we can get through these agencies, whether it's the trucks, whether it's the water district, all those districts put together. They want to work our, they want to tear our roads up. They should put them back together, and that's one way, hopefully, we can get some improvements.
I really appreciate those comments. Is it okay if I give you a little more information?
You can tell me I should know more, would I?
No. Not that you should know more, but I do have some more information. So yes, first of all, I'm excited to remind you that in March, we have scheduled the Marin Water District to come and talk at the council meeting as a presentation about their project. So that's a great opportunity for the council members to ask them questions, and members of the public have questions, they can, email those in advance, as well as, are welcome to the meeting. And then, you're right, they are only going to pave, one side of the street. Perhaps, and I have to look into this, I don't want to overpromise, but if the TUT goes to a full cent and there's a way to finance doing the other side, we could look into that. It's, as you know, very expensive. I think Mayor Hellman mentioned before we did, a couple of blocks and it cost almost $1 million. So but we would like to jump on that project. It's just a matter of money. And then you mentioned road impact fees. And I think I mentioned before, road impact fees have been the subject of some scrutiny is a good word for it, court cases recently, and the Cal Cities has a legislative correction in progress that we hope will pass in this next year that would allow us to continue or start to really take those road impact fees that we've not been able to do so far.
The other thing I wanted to mention was one of my little walks over to San Anselmo, I saw a little sign on the somebody's property. This is right in the downtown. And it said, basically, I'll paraphrase, fix your sidewalk. So, I hate to be the bearer of bad news. I wish there was other ways. I think the town, I personally think it'd be great if the town didn't pawn everything off on the property owners or the businesses. But we should have a program, maybe it's volunteer or whatever, but we need to put something together where people are updating their.
We have a sidewalk.
I know I saw that program, but I think we need to be more proactive in getting it done. I'm not sure if it's called enforcement or education, but whether it's a place in front of one of the places that I have that needs upgrading, I think that's a worthy investment for the property owner.
You want the town to spend money on the sidewalk in front of your business? Is that what you're asking?
No, he's not saying
I
that.
said the opposite, actually.
He wants
I know it's
clarification.
hard to follow me sometimes.
No, I get what you're saying.
Hardly follow myself sometimes, but the point being is that, no, I think the property owners, I said I prefer that the towns take care of their sidewalks, but I guess it's a law that the property owners are supposed to take care.
Yes.
The only thing I'm concerned about are the trees.
So we did have a program, the first year I was in office, where we sanded sidewalks that were really off kilter, and every property, I was mostly focused on the downtown residential areas that was significantly degraded, received a notice saying you've got a hazard in front of your house, could you please fix it? And there is a rebate program for you to take advantage of, and I would say a large number of my neighbors took advantage of it. I do like the idea of revisiting it. I think it would cost some money to send somebody out to survey that, but we did try that, and it was actually really effective, and it got a lot more people to make use of the rebate program and fix their sidewalks.
Could that be part of the beautification?
It's a good idea. Oh, sorry, Janet?
Well, yeah, actually, it's part of what I've been thinking about, but a lot of what I see is a lot of patch jobs. Like you said, the grinding of something that was a bump. But I think they need to do more work than that. I think they actually need to replace the sidewalk. Now, the only concerns I have would be when town trees uprooted, which is most cases. The trees that were planted by the town are the problems with a lot of these sidewalk areas. So, go ahead. You were going to say.
I was just going to say that these programs do exist, and what happens is you go around and you tell the property owner, because it is the property owner's responsibility to repair the sidewalk, you tell them that, you have a certain amount of lift on this edge, that can be ground down, or it's too much to be ground down, it has to be replaced, and you have X number of days to replace it. And the issue then becomes, because the town knew about it and told the property owner that, and the property owner didn't do anything about it, the town has to follow up and has to have a program where they replace that section of sidewalk, or they grind it down if the property owner doesn't do it. And so that's totally fine, because then you turn around and you charge it, you put it on their tax bill. But
also,
you have to
is there a way to
follow
have?
up.
Yeah. Is there a way to have some sort of standard for the sidewalk? So
We do.
Yeah, there is.
Yeah, there
There
are.
is, because they all look so different to me.
Yeah, well, and it's hard because it
Look like
costs
25 different
thousands.
types of sidewalk.
Every time you fix your sidewalk, it costs you at least $1,500, if not more. And so I think what's hard is that homeowners are often gonna, especially as people get older, prioritize necessary repairs inside their homes instead of the sidewalk in front of their home. I mean, I'm glad we did ours a little earlier because it was a chunk of change, and it's hard for people. I was really grateful for the rebate, but it was still a chunk of change.
At one time, the town did all the sidewalks downtown. We did both sides of Loomis Road, we did Broadway, and we did Sir Francis Drake. The town actually paid to replace the sidewalks at one time. That was between 66 and 86.
Yeah, but that was when it was cheaper. I mean, look, the grinding that we did cost us $170,000, and the council voted for that. And so, in the old days, it would be great if we could redo all these, but it is the property owner's responsibility. That's why I brought the rebate program years ago. Every year we've updated it. I think it's now up to $2,500. And I do think there is something we should consider, which is some kind of a mail out. Put it on keep putting on the newsletter about our rebate program, but also a mail out that says, fix your sidewalks.
Yeah.
Because we have dedicated a lot of money through this rebate program, and yes, more people took advantage of it, but still was not a huge amount. And the businesses that are struggling also need to realize if somebody falls in front of their business, it's their liability.
Well, same with your home, if somebody falls over your home.
Right, so I think Mike's brought up a good idea, and I don't know how we attack it today, but it does seem like we need to remind people about our rebate program, and it's going to come up in the budget workshop again to continue it or increase it, but we did increase it quite a bit last time.
Well, part of also, especially the downtown, like it's probably not just the downtown, but when the public utilities are working in areas on the sidewalk, not just the road, that's a good time for them to get done too. And in some cases they do, but I just want to make sure it's really a public works function, right, to coordinate all that?
Yeah, and I think you're bringing up good points about, let's make sure we coordinate to the extent we can and not let them walk away. If they mess up our sidewalk, they need to fix it, right? Just like if they mess up our street, they need to fix it. And I do think the road impact fee, I'd be interested to look at that legislation, because we know from Joe Wyrie that these heavy equipment trucks are 15 times the weight of a typical car. And that's not an electric car, which is something like 3 times the weight of a typical car. So we're having a lot of impacts on our roads, and it would be nice if we could capture that.
It's been brought up, I think we all saw the letter that Todd sent in, and the concern we all see every now and then, some town blows up somewhere, right? The gas leaks. Is that being addressed? Because that sounds like a pretty big public safety issue.
Yeah, so Heather, will you respond with how you responded, or Myra responded, you responded to my note on this?
Yeah, so there's been, over the last 4 years, there's been a number of emails from Todd regarding what he perceives as a gas leak smell. And so PG&E has been out many, many times, done potholing, addressed, there was a kind of a divot near his home that we worked on them to get that addressed. PG&E has inspected that equipment and determined that there's no leaks there, and that's many hours of staff time has been spent there. I did a couple of years ago, when this was sort of flaring up again, I did walk by. You may not know, but I was in the sewer and solid waste business for many years, and my nose is quite well adapted to tell different smells. And so I noticed that there was a smell near Todd's house, and it is a very distinctive grease trap smell. It smells like seafood in a grease trap. And so we were able to, at that time, open up the drains, manholes right around that area, and determine that a restaurant right there must have been probably hosing off their mats at the end of the shift. Mike, you probably very well, you need to clean everything, but you're not supposed to do it where it's going to get into a public drain. It has to go into a proper grease trap, and then that proper grease trap has to be serviced by a company. And so, the business owner did not instruct his staff to do that way. That's the wrong way. But was not aware that they were doing that. We followed up with them, and then it stopped, and things seemed to improve. And now, a couple of years later, I did walk by there this week, and I was like, I do smell it a little again. So I asked our code enforcement, Mark Lockaby, to contact the owner again and get resolved. So I think that's where that's going.
I'd like to clarify
No, we
something.
can't, not right now.
It's a matter of public safety.
No,
The
Can I-
town manager
can I ask-
misrepresented what
no.
is going
So
on.
we need to move on, and I need to ask a couple of questions about infrastructure planning, if I could.
Yeah, I have some.
Are you running this meeting, Lizelle?
I'm asking that
Are
I
you
be
taking
allowed
over
to
running it?
I'm asking that I be allowed to make a few comments, since other people have been making extensive comments. So if I could do that, but I'll defer to the mayor first, and then I'll ask my questions.
Please, no more disruptions. Thank you. You had your time at the beginning of the meeting. Go ahead, Lisa, are you done?
No, I was saying if you need to go first, I'll go first. But I did want to ask a couple things. So first off, we had this amazing 5-year plan for when we could afford to fix different streets and roads. And does that need to be updated, or does that just sit for the 5 years?
It's not required that it be updated, and in fact, we're making significant progress on, for example, the Park Road project. The plan was and is that we want to make sure that all of the utilities that are underground in Park Road are updated if they need to be checked. And so we've had PG&E, Ross Valley Sanitary, and then once those are all done, which is no small feat, right? We're having to work with PG&E, like we need this done, we still need this done. Then we will fix the stormwater infrastructure on Park Road, which is intended, that's ARPA money, which you can use for water. It's intended to resolve the majority of the water issue on Park Road, which if you look out there today, I just stepped over a rivulet going down the street, and every year when it rains heavily, Park Road becomes a small river, and that is also our access for our fire station. So that was the intention of that project. That's become a major project.
And the sidewalks will also get updated along here as a result of that. It seems like, or at least on one side, maybe the side.
Yeah, it's our intention, and it's in the bid to increase the width of the sidewalk where possible on the park side, because, if you've ever walked there and, should you have children, you can see that if you're walking there, if someone's parked there and they're unloading kids, the door's open and suddenly you can't walk on the sidewalk, or a stroller is coming by, 2 strollers cannot pass each other. So it's our intention to improve that situation.
Okay, so a couple of things about this. So first off, I would love to get, like, as part of town manager's report or something, an update on, like, how far we've gotten in the various things that we wanted to address, because I know there's some things where I think we thought we were going to do them. I'm not sure they were able to be completed because of various things. And so it'd be nice to know, like, which ones of these road segments we can check off and where they're at, if it's not a huge amount of work. As I said, I'd be interested in the town facility assessment and where we're at with that, because that is something we voted to have move forward, and I think it's done. I am also curious about the parking inventory, which was going to be done by staff, and then again mentioned this thing that happened, which was, we assessed that the public we had not budgeted for a consultant to do a parking and circulation study, and assessed that the public was not interested in us hiring a consultant, and then after we decided not to hire a consultant, we got all this anger about how we weren't doing a proper parking and circulation study. So I don't know if it's, it would be in any way useful to think about doing a parking and circulation study, or if it's not ripe yet, but just putting that out there, that was a conversation about infrastructure.
So, yeah, it has to be tracked, right? And I know it's being tracked, so just something that you could provide as far as how we're doing against what we planned on doing with the minimal funds after the bond did pass, right? And there were roads identified, so yeah, it would be nice to know how we're doing against that. And if there's any plans, because there are streets named, right? So if we know when X street is being done in May or June, that would be really nice.
Yeah, because people ask us and, they go and look, I send them the report and they look it up and, but sometimes it's like, was that supposed to be done already? The two other things I just want to mention is that, this whole thing about paving part of Linus Road would be fabulous. A lot of parts of Linus Road, we just heard, especially when we go up the hill, it's like millions of dollars to replace. But, there may be something coming down the pike if we indeed do pass this Reimagine Roads program through TAM that might facilitate partnerships with the county in terms of fixing road segments. The problem with that is that we don't have a lot of leverage because we don't have a bond, so we'll see where that goes. And then finally, in terms of safety and speed, as we said before, I'm totally 100% behind investigating how to do that. My understanding at this point is that you do need to hire a consultant or a traffic engineer to look at, where you can make those changes, except for maybe around schools. So I think that would be something for us to think about is, it is a major safety issue, and if you lower speeds on certain segments of road, it enhances the likelihood that people will survive if they're hit by a car, if they're on foot or on a bike, or even in a car. So, I just want to keep that on the table.
I just want to quickly mention, on the gas leaks, we're talking about the gas leaks. There are no gas leaks on the latest road?
No, we've spent endless hours working with PG&E and they've been
I was
there
at,
multiple
I was
times.
at the Stallhouse the other day, and they were talking about some sort of gas leak that the PG&E. Is that
Maybe
separate, maybe?
talking about like undefined time frame gas leak, I'm not sure how to
Well, I'm saying that
respond.
more, in recent months, there was some sort of work done by PG&E on reported gas leaks around the Stallhouse area.
PG&E was recently working in Bolinas Road as prep for the MMWD project. So one thing, for safety that I'd like to just make sure everyone is aware is anyone, anywhere, if you are smelling gas, if you think there is a gas leak, that is a 911 call because that's an emergency. If you are smelling gas, not talking about smelling gas some other time, but right now. And you can contact PG&E. And then if you are worried about PG&E's maintenance program, or you have heard about a gas leak previously, or you are concerned about a gas leak that could happen in the future, that is a contact to PG&E. They own that infrastructure. They are responsible for maintaining it, and they are not overseen by the town. They are overseen by the CPUC.
So I'm just going to read what Mark Lockerbie wrote to me. So PG&E has a sniffer vehicle that routinely travels around sensing for gas leaks, and is probably how the recent ones were located. Most leaks tend to be in the private laterals. However, I forwarded Todd's email to our PG&E representative to look into this and will respond back. And our regional representative was CC'd as well. So it's not being ignored. And like Heather said, if you smell something, report it. And I think we're done with this conversation.
If I may just quickly say.
No, Frank, we really have to move on.
Yeah, I gotta deliver one.
Yeah, okay, so.
Here, I gotta get out here.
Yeah, okay, so.
But let me say this, stop, please. I parked right out here, and I noticed the sidewalk, it's this really nice sidewalk. It's all marked up in yellow and red. Is this sidewalk gonna be torn up outside here? I mean, it's a good sidewalk. It's a better sidewalk than we have downtown, but it's all marked up. I don't know what those marks mean.
I haven't seen it, so I'll have to take a look.
Okay, it's right out here.
Yeah, but I haven't seen it
Take a
yet.
look.
It's probably the sewer project, but okay. Moving on, we're still on infrastructure, that was just road, right?
Yeah, so those were really my questions to you about what the plans that we have.
Okay, I would like to explore, I'm not asking for funding, I'm not asking for building, I would like to proceed with exploring what the cost would be to have what Bruce Ackerman took a lot of time, and I hope everybody read it, I don't know if you brought printouts, Bruce, what would be entailed in, as far as updating the solar, et cetera. And I'm gonna read the whole thing to you, but did everybody have a minute to read what Bruce sent? Okay, so are there any comments or questions about what would be entailed in exploring this? Meaning, identify what the costs are, what the upgrades would be, and what grant opportunities there would be to subsidize
I
those
think
costs.
exploring it makes sense.
Great, thank you. Anyone else?
Totally agree.
Seeing Mike as well. Great, thank you.
That's fine.
Okay,
That's fine.
unanimous support.
My top
Thank you.
priority is the 3 roads downtown. Remember
Should we pave them?
that. I'm sorry, so what?
Are you back on paving? Or what are you?
No, I mean, we're
The
trying to
storm, the
jump
storm
around.
drain and
There's so many things that needs to be done in town, you gotta pick and choose.
So we've already talked about-
Look at the cost.
we talked about Park Road, we talked about the storm drain, we talked about the 5-year pavement plan, we've already talked
Well,
about
the 5-year
station.
payment plan, I don't know, you hired a consultant, I don't know what that consultant told you, but let me tell you,
Okay.
it's Sir Francis Drake, Center, and Bolinas, and that's where we're gonna be getting sued if we aren't already. I mean, that woman was thrown off her bicycle on Center Boulevard, her 1 year is enough, I wouldn't be surprised if she sues us.
Okay, so thank you for the support on exploring the Resiliency Center microgrid. It's very exciting. Thank you for your work on that, Mr. Epperman. And I know Brent's already been taking a peek at it, so, what else? Anything?
Adjourned.
Okay,
Did we, one thing we had mentioned was whether or not we should update our objective design and development standards as a policy issue, and I don't know if that's something we still want to even talk about.
Liesel's talking.
So yeah, at one point we had discussed whether or not we should update our objective development and design standards to provide us potentially with, if something does get built, it's something that's more in keeping with the style that we would like to have. And we had been told that Santa Barbara had done something like that, and I did look at their odds, and they had, they have a very different situation than we have, but they had very distinct districts that had distinct styles specified.
I think it's worth having the planning commission maybe set up a subcommittee to look at it. I don't think it's a council item at this point. And I know I've talked to our planning director, and he said he's talked to his colleagues. And what happens is if you put too much in them, people just waive them through density bonuses, etc. So I think it's worth having the planning commission set up a subcommittee to work on it some, but it's not ready for prime time. I don't want us to be doing it with bias, and I don't think the planning commission should either.
Great, thank you.
Well, with that, thank you for your time today. I know it's a sacrifice, and thank you for your service. Thank you, staff, for all the hard work and the delicious food. And to our presenters earlier, I hope you have a nice weekend. For some of us, we're going to get Monday off, I think, right? It's President's Day. And yeah, appreciate you all. Take care.
See you guys later. Have a nice weekend.
Mike, I'm coming to Max later.
Okay. I'm going home first.